Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, May the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, Jeff Rowe. You guys beat me to it. All right, guys. Well, what is happening to this morning? I'm just noticing the CNSP. You know why it's popping up? They're saying they're joining that investigating potential naked short selling. Haven't seen that for a while, so no data to display. I just tried to load it from Interactive Brokers headlines. But anyway, that's the reason this is popping up. We haven't seen one of those headlines for a while. Speaking of naked short selling, goodbye, Bed Bath and Beyond. Now, I'm surprised it's not trading in the pinks. I can't see anything, but this is it, guys. BBBY is no longer, but I don't see that it went to the pinks. So I don't know if that's truly it, completely it. So maybe that is the complete demise of BBBY, not even on the pinks. Now, I posted this earlier. Is this maybe the worst financing ever? Financings, companies do financings. We get it. GFAI did a financing at $4, priced at $4. But, not that long ago, what are we talking? Less than a month ago, on April 13th, this stock was up at $36, $37, and they do a financing at 4. So that may be the worst financing ever, not being able to take advantage of the euphoria of the AI craze a little bit better. That's unbelievable. To me, that's unbelievable. So that is GFAI. So we have a few of the low floaters, not China, just in general. In fact, these are not China. AKAN, AKAN is another low float. 1 million in the float, up 100%. Probably no news. KRBP. Now they had some news. Okay, they had some news on the first, and that says FDA authorization of an IND to initiate phase 1. Okay, so they did have some news on the first, but again, I don't think they had any specific news today. But another low float. APM. Now that was some kind of a merger that was announced, but I think that was after hours yesterday, wasn't it? APM. Now, guys, how about if you were in the room yesterday, you said, guys, I said, guys, watch out for a high of the day break for VCIG. Um, and man, look at this. In fact, no, this was the break I was talking about right here. Look what it did. I mean, it's nonsense, okay, but it got up to what, 24.22. It started at 3 and then got up to 24.22 before, of course, it just collapsed. I was not able to take part in that one. I missed it. I almost had it at 6. I was a little bit slow, and I said, "Oh well." And then I went, "Oh well." That's when it got to $25. So the same thing for me today. I'm going to be watching later on in the day because this doesn't start till 3. I mean, this little move started around 2:45. Okay, I'm going to watch from 2 o'clock on from some of these low floaters to see if they take out the highs of the day. Have some room when you look left and see if they go on a bit of a tear. IMGN. This is a phase 3 move. I don't think it's a low float. IMGN. Yeah, not a low float, quarter of a billion in the float. So this is that's a that's a huge move. Huge move with that float. Positive data. I think it's phase 3 too. I think it's phase 3 data. So that's a huge move with that float. Rookie, you better do I think you have to do a refresh then, okay? You're stuck. If you can hear me, do a refresh. Ford, I had F up a long time ago. So just do a refresh, and that should cure it. AKLI, AKLI, AKLI. Not a low float, not high. Higher after the company announced. Yeah, I'd be okay. Well, anyway, they announced adults with ADHD sees significant improvement. AMD, actually, a couple of, well, there are a lot of earnings plays. I can't go over them all, but SBUX, Starbucks, SBUX, SBUX, gap down on earnings. Whoops, SBUX, gap down on earnings. And what sort of room does this have? See, I don't think it's, for me, it doesn't have enough room based on the price. I mean, even if it got down to 106 from 109, that's not a huge percentage move. But anyway, it's right at what I would consider a major area that it could try to support. Not a major area, but but 3 or 4 3 days in this area. So let's see if that supports it, SPUX. And AMD, somebody was asking me about AMD yesterday, what my thoughts are. I basically said, well, first of all, I wouldn't hold it through earnings, not because I knew earnings were going to do this. I just don't hold anything through earnings. But now look at this. I mean, this could be, let's see, see, the 200-day moving average is 79. So the stock's at 83 right now. The low over here is 83.68. So it's below that low. So the next low looking left is 78.52. So this has got some room. This has got a little bit of room, guys. AMD. Room to go down, what I'm saying. L is another one. Estee Lauder is another one that is big gap down on earnings, down 16%. Let me see where the next low is. Looks like the next low in the weekly chart is around 202. So that could hold it up. SPT is another earnings play that I have my eye on. SPT is another one. I don't think the volume's not great yet, but it'll pick up, of course. They released earnings after hours. SPT, you can see them move down here in the mauve area on our charts. And look at this gap down. I mean, I don't know what's going to support it really, but there's not very much volume yet. NerdWallet is another earnings play. NRDS is a gap down on earnings. NRDS. And this is through the 200-day moving average. So that could be significant. And the next low looking left, see the next could be some support around 10. And Ruth is a buyout. In case you're wondering, Ruth Crisp, I guess, is that so called? Is that what it's called still? And Mara, woo, I'm hearing Mara right now. So it must be somebody was talking about Coinbase before. Let's take a look at BITO, the major ETF for Bitcoin. Yeah, so Bitcoin is obviously, I don't know what the price is, probably under 30,000 now, right? Now, guys, if you want, with my pre-market actives up and down, I mean, the obvious way to sort at the beginning is to change from the close. Okay, that's where you see all the big movers on the way up, all the big movers on the way down. And that way I've sorted it, so I see the top mover right at the top, the top mover on the bottom that's moving down right at the top. Okay. However, dive deeper. So right now we're in this low float mania. So I've got the floats. I have the float as one of the columns. So if I double left click rapidly, here are the low floaters. Okay. Anything in blue, anything under 10 million is going to be in blue. So here you go. So here's WINT. It only has, again, this is what our provider has for the float. It may be different in different sites, but the bottom line is it's going to be low. So that's a way in which you, if you want to zero in on the low floats, you can just sort on the different columns. So I didn't talk about DRMA, but there it is. TCBP, there it is. So if you want to, you want to look at the low floats, that's all you have to do. If you have my pre-market actives up, all you have to do is just sort on the column. And then the other one to sort on, I'm surprised there's not as many earnings day or earnings plays that have made past my filter, but just sort on the earnings day. Oh, okay. Now there's a lot more coming in now. So just sort on the earnings date column and then scroll down until you start seeing the 0.25s and the minus 0.25s. 0.25 means they released. So here's Wing as an example. So Wing released. Wow, Wing is on the move here. All-time high. Wing is an all-time high. But that's how you can, zero in on different, other than just looking at the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. Dive a little deeper. If there's anything interesting here, lithium, LTHM, Livent is an earnings play. Mitch, MTCH, another earnings play. So minus 0.25 means they released earnings after hours, okay, yesterday. And so they are generally a company that releases after the market closes the day before, is generally in play today, the next day, which of course now is today. And then you do the same thing, on the earnings date column for the ones that are moving down. And that's how, I saw the L, I saw the AMD. There's another one that is moving down on earnings, AMCR. Okay, so there's AMCR moving down on earnings. This is where's the lifetime? So it's not close to a lifetime low, but boy, look at this gap down. Look at that weekly chart. Look at all the chopping in this and everything. But look at this now, AMCR way below all this. Why don't you just make a recommendation? Putting Bitcoin in the header here. What else? So there's some of the earnings plays. And when I do the sort on the change from the close, look at all these stocks that were, these high flyers, low float, all like, they're just basically one day wonders. Okay. But you never know. Today, there could be a new crop of them. All right, 9:13. Let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. All right, not a very big list of either. So let me get some of them in here. This is from briefing.com. Chewy's been upgraded. Chewy's got a big short float percent, and that's another one you can short. You can sort on. You can sort on the short float percent column also. You can sort in any column you've got. Now, if you've got my pre-market actives up and down, these are the columns that I use. Of course, you can always customize it to however you want to see the market, but that's what I do. Interesting. AMCR's got a couple of upgrades. even though it's down on earnings today, but AMCR's got a couple of upgrades. All right, now I'll get some of the look at the downgrades. See if Goldman is picking on anybody. A couple of downgrades for TRI. We'll take a look at that one, see if it's been affected yet. TRI, a couple of downgrades for it. Sorry, did I say upgrades? A couple of downgrades for TRI. See, first of all, if it's an earnings play. Thomson Reuters. Oh, yeah, Thomson. Well, no volume yet. It was an earnings play yesterday. All right, guys, now let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening here. That might have been William talking about no more shorts available. Well, depends on what side of the trade you're on. I mean, if you are on the upside, like if you've gone long something and there are no shorts available, then at least you don't have to worry about people piling in and taking short positions. I mean, the stock may go down just because of profit taking or any other reason, but you don't have to worry as much about people taking new short positions driving the price down. Okay. Now, if you're short something and then there are no shorts available, well, then you're not, then it's sort of the reverse. In theory, I don't know if that was William, if that was what William was driving at. So if you were short something and then there are no shorts available, well, then again, there's no more short selling pressure. I mean, it could be more selling pressure for people just dumping their positions, existing positions, but that might have been what he was talking about. So it all depends if you're long or short, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, again, you've got a if most brokers have got a lot of shorts available, then obviously, there can be downward pressure from people piling in and shorting. I mean, and if they dry up, you'll hear me talk about that with Interactive Brokers as an example. I'll take a look to see how many shorts are available, if there are any, and if there are not that many, and then what could start to happen, I could look again, and they could have all been snapped up. Now that's at Interactive Brokers. I can't speak for every other broker, of course, but but it can be a gauge, yes. All right, just give me one moment, please. All right, let's take a look at the major sectors. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, and I'm going to be very curious to see how far some of these are now getting from the 200-day moving average. But here's energy, XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 90% red, that means 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Now the market's in for just a modest pop here. I mean, we're up just a little bit. So let's take a look at the rest of the sectors. Anything standing out? I mean, it's so early. I mean, but 72% of the stocks making up XLK are up. But really, this is the key one. If you're looking at energy plays, I think crude is starting to fall. So anyway, energy, 90% of them are down. Now, let's take a look Let's take a look at energy. I haven't really looked at energy and its relation to the 200-day for a while. Yeah. So now that's a big deal now, guys. Yeah. Yesterday, energy now has broken down through the 200-day moving average. That is a big deal. Okay. XLE. Now we knew retail was down. Yeah, retail, there's that. So if you can see my daily chart, that green line on my daily chart is the 200-day moving average. So this is now really starting to move away from it. Let's take a look at all the major sectors right now. XLP. So XLP, you can see how it is still, I mean, it had a bottoming tail yesterday, but it has been quite strong. Consumer staples, quite strong. Healthcare. Now, healthcare a while back was below and then it popped above. Let's see what it's doing now. Yeah, so this is, see, it was below here, popped above it, came back down to it, tested it a couple of days. So, I mean, it's above, but not by much. Take a look at industrials, XLI. Safely above, I guess. Here's the other one that should be down, XLY, consumer discretionary. Yeah, right on it. You can see it's just, there's a battle right now at the 200-day moving average for XLY. It's hard to see the line, but it's flatlined right across here. So there's a battle at the 200-day for XLY. Materials, XLB. This is getting close. I mean, look at that bottoming tail yesterday. Look at that bottoming tail. We're almost into it, but still maintaining a little bit above. Now, communications could be interesting because communications was really ripping ahead, but let's see what's happening now. Yeah, I mean, it had this big downturn, but then a big pop here. So it is still, but it took a long time for communications to get above that 200-day moving average. Now, obviously financials will be the other one that is below the 200-day moving average. It was trying a few days. There it is, trying to get to it, but now the regional banks typically do not have anything to do with XLF. In other words, the regional banks do not make up XLF. I don't think anyway. I think these are more the major banks, but still, because the regional banks are still in disarray. XLK technology. We're still way above. So technology is still way above. And let's take a look at semis. Oops, not semis. That's the Muni ETF. Guys, I cannot believe it. I've got a memory block here. What is that semi ETF again? It's SMH. I thought it was SMH, but I was going to hold off. That goes to show how much I follow. Now that's way above. That was really leading the charge. But it's been, look, the trend is somewhat down. I'd have to back this out a bit. There's the 200-day moving average. So that was leading the charge way up here. But we're starting to see some weakness in the semis. So in our YouTube room, Puma asked for my workspace. So I don't share my actual workspace. What I do is I share individual scans that you might like, okay? Including, let me just show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link that I put in there for you, Puma, and if you scroll down a little bit and go to my scans, okay? So for instance, here are the pre-market actives up and down, these two here. And once I get rolling, you will also see the biggest gainers from the open race. You'll see the halts resumes is here, momentum, Momo, okay? So you basically pick and choose what you want, okay? Come on, Adam, you've asked that question every day. You know I don't just take the ones you want. Then you can put your own charts in, okay? I mean, you might not want a 15 and a daily and a weekly. You may not want the SPY. So just kind of pick and choose the ones you want, but pre-market access up and down are here, pulse resumes, and the momentum scan. And then once the race gets going, you will see it, this race here, that race right here. The reason I don't is because not everybody wants everything in my layout. So just sort of a la carte, pick and choose what you want. What was the trade of the week? I think it was DHI. I think it was DHI. I don't think it worked, but let me just take a look. Yeah, it definitely was DHI. It triggered on Monday by about a penny or so. I don't think it's been stopped out. I don't know what the stop is. So it's basically right around the same area. ASNS is you are right. It is not but is it trading? By the way, guys, I mentioned this as an earnings play, but yeah, MTCH is on the move here. I don't think it's trading. Hey, it may not be halted, but it's certainly not trading, even though we have it as a halt. But you're right, I don't see the halt in IV, but it is definitely not trading. Kind of weird. Well, I don't see that it's trading. I'm just looking here, okay, and this has been 328, 361. It's been stuck here. Um, I know there was something at 927, so I mean, it has traded 41,000. I thought maybe it only traded 10 shares or something, but so you're probably right. I mean, it doesn't say that it's halted at IB, but it's not active. Okay, you are seeing? I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing any action. I'm hearing SPWR, guys. I know that's also an earnings play. SPWR is also an earnings play. It is moving down. SPWR, SunPower. But that is weird. Why we would have it as a halt. You're absolutely right. I mean, the activity I see, I do see that I do see it's changing, but I don't see any trades. There is one. Okay, interesting. 1 minute to the open, guys. Okay, thank you, William. So actually about 30 seconds to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. We'll see what these low floaters do today, especially later on in the day. And of course, we'll keep an eye on the earnings plays. And I've back to my more exciting race for today. Okay, the biggest gainers from the open. This is the more exciting race as opposed to the large cappers. And we are now open. By the way, can anybody see if Bed Bath and Beyond is actually trading on the pinks? I thought maybe they'd go to the pinks, but I don't see that. Yeah, IMGN, I mean, that is a big, big move, guys. 100% move for IMGN with that float. That is super impressive. And we have our first halt of the day, first of many probably. Whoa, on the way down. Actually, on the way up. On the way up. Had the gap down at 9:15, but starting to move up. Low float, 5 million. Actually, an earnings play. Didn't see it at all as an earnings play. I think Uber had an upgrade. Yeah, GDC guys, I did see this morning. Now, remember, 2 days ago, this got up to $44. Okay, but it's having a little. This is one of those This is one of the China low floaters. All right. So they actually did I didn't know that. They actually did an offering. It downsized its previously announced offering at 868, 826 a share, 827 a share. Well, it is interesting. AMD had a couple of upgrades this morning, and I'm assuming that they've seen the earnings and or they had a couple of upgrades this morning. Maintained a buy at Goldman. I didn't see the Goldman upgrade actually, but maintained a buy at Goldman. I'm having problems with this data. I don't know why. Every now and then it happens. Sometimes it only affects we Canadians, so I don't know if you guys in the States, but raised to $97 a share. Well, you can't see that. That was the headline, okay? I don't know if that is Goldman. I do see Morgan Stanley also. So some of the big guys are coming into AMD saying, hey, okay, maybe earnings weren't great, but we still have faith in them long term. All right, here's the halt now for GDC on the way up. PACW got halted on the way up. APM halted on the way up. So we've got a lot of. I'm afraid to look at top, Captain K, but I'll do it anyway. This is the one that started it all. Yeah, there we go. This is the one that started it all. 2 day or last week, the low float mania, low float China mania specifically. And we had all these low float China stocks. This was the granddaddy though. It got up to $256. Haynes, HBI is an earnings play also. HBI is an earnings play. Oh boy, that's coming into to me a lot of resistance. It's popped up a little bit on earnings though, but coming into to me anyway, looks like a lot of resistance. I have to take a look at this INGN to see where is the next resistance level on the weekly chart. So the high is 1088. So it's at that high right here of that week. Is that right? I got to eyeball it. Yes, 1088. And when was this? So let's take a little further back. That's still 1088. When was this? This is back in 2021. So it's over 2 years ago. Then we've got a high of 1143. This is back in 2018. This, in my opinion, really doesn't have much resistance at all. I'm not saying it's going to keep going, but I don't think we really have too much chart resistance. I mean, we got to go back 5 years. And this did show up on my 10-day daily breakout, but it's early. I don't like to take anything usually in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, we've got a lot of halts already, guys. Mercy, MRCY. So that got halted actually on the way up. It is an earnings play. Mercy's MRCY is an earnings play. Didn't see it really in the pre-market. Probably the volume was too low. Yeah, I've got that thumbnailed. I know I noticed somebody talked about SNTG. I have that actually thumbnailed, and I saw that pop right here. And well, maybe we're gonna get a recycling of the low float China mania stocks. Okay, because SNTG, of course, on that 2 days ago, also. Earl's stock, IEP is still quite weak here. IEP. So the low of yesterday, 36.79. So it's just around that low of yesterday, IEP. And SNGG was halted. Yes. Wow, look at all these halts already. Another low float, KRBP, but this got halted on the way down. KRBP got halted on the way down. Oh, look at hopefully nobody's still in this one. CXAI. I don't think there are shorts available for me. I'm gonna do a quick look. Oh, it is shortable. Yeah, 26,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. I mean, I think a lot of these little AI names, with that GFI financing, which has crushed the stock today, I think a lot of them are going to probably follow suit. Okay, ET is an earnings play. ET trying to come back, trying to actually go positive. ET is trying to go positive. The next high looking left on the daily, it's too close, too close. Looks like there's a bunch of stuff at 13, so I'm not too interested, not to go long anyway. That's the ET. You're not seeing my 10-day breakout, okay? It's on my homepage, okay? It's on my homepage. I cannot show everything, okay? The reason why, if I show every scan that I've got here, it'd be way too muddled, okay? Too confusing. So that's why I don't have it. I'm not displaying it, but you can absolutely take it from my homepage. Okay, Adam, I don't know if you're when you say I mean, you can see I have my momentum scan right here. Halts resumes. This is the race. The I changed the race. This is now the biggest gainers from the open. Just go to my homepage, man. If you want my scans, go to my homepage. Okay, the ones that I talk about that you can't see, here they are. Okay, I'll click on my link. Scroll down, scans, here they are. I cannot show everything on the shared monitor. It'd be way too jumbled, okay? So that's why I pick and choose which ones you want. Okay, I'm not sure if you're just fooling around or not. What link should you pick? I don't know. Okay, it's up to you, man. Like, I mean, here are the links that I'm sharing. You know, if you like my 10-day daily breakdowns and up, here they are. Okay, you want the momentum scan? Here it is. I don't know what. Well, Adam, then take these from my homepage. Okay, if you want the ones that I talk about, take these from my homepage. Okay. MRSN, what is MRSN doing? MRSN, wow, MRSN low float, not a low float, 86 million in the float. So this is not a low float coming into the 200-day moving average. In our YouTube room. Okay, Adam, listen, I can't really help you anymore. I mean, look, I've given you my homepage. You can click on the links that if you like some of the things that you see, take a look at them, okay? Load them onto your screen. You can pick and choose which ones you want. It's that simple, okay? You have then develop your own trading style. You may not like mine, okay? I'm more of a momentum trader. So, but I can't really deal with you anymore. I'm sorry. Wait a moment, guys. Okay, guys, somebody asked about why. Well, the SNTG, why did it get halted? So why does anything get halted? There's probably a more official definition, okay? But if a stock goes up too much in a short period of time, it'll get halted. Okay, it's called a volatility halt. You can see right there, volatility. Usually the halts are 5 minutes long. It's just sort of like a breather. Take a breather. Usually they're 5 minutes long. Well, Adam, okay, one last time. When I say something is coming from my 10-day daily breakdown, which is on my other screen, imagine if I had every single scan that I talk about all jumbled in one screen. No way I'm going to do that. So if I say, oh, Pack B came from my 10-day daily breakout, all you have to do is load the scan. You can have it. Okay. All right, this one may not be dead. Is this gapping up or no, it's on the way down. Okay, VCIG. Okay, gapping down. I missed this one. Well, maybe not. Has it been halted? It's not halted yet, but look at MRSN, guys. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable, almost a million shares. Why? Well, look at that. Look at this 200-day moving average coming right in it. Will that stall it? Oh, first I thought this was Pack W, but this is Pack B. Pack B is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout also. Eek is right. So that now is below yesterday's low, right? IEP is now below yesterday's low. Yes, way below yesterday's low. Not well, a dollar below. So this is continuing to be weak. And I think I backed this out yesterday just to try to see where there could be some support. Yeah, this is back in 2020, I think. So it looks like the next low looking left is around 33.60 for IEP. Okay, guys, this could be the really exciting one. IMG, I mean, it's already really exciting. It's up 116%. IMGN, it is on my 10-day daily breakout. The alert happened at $11. So it's still a little bit above that. The pre-market high, I'm going to stick an alert up here. I may take it earlier though, but there is the pre-market high. And I think when I looked left, I think I had to go back to 2018. So I don't really care about that resistance. But this is actually up on news, okay? I mean, that is a huge move with that float. A quarter of a billion shares in the float. That is a huge move. And it's phase three. I forgot to keep looking at Estee Lauder. EL. Yeah, no kidding. It absolutely the short of the day. Well, you're coming into 186.47 is the next low looking left. Shoot. Yeah. Earnings play, getting crushed on earnings or lack of. Western Union, WU, woo. Western Union is, now this is interesting on the way up. Let's see, the next high looking left is 1182, so it's got a little bit of room. But if this wants to keep, I mean, this is a great break on the daily for WU. Released earnings, released earnings after hours yesterday. No, I've done nothing so far. I've not MRSN, but it's still yeah, I mean it's still struggling right at that 200-day moving average, MRSN. What I see for MRSN is yes, you're absolutely right. Who mentioned that? Modigliani. Yes. So MRSN jumping 18% on rival IMGN's ovarian cancer drug. Okay. So this is sympathy play with IMGN. Boy, look at all these halts. This, okay, we're getting all these China halts again. On the way down or on the way up? This one's on the way up a little bit. BAOS is on the way down. Mix, MICS. Whoa, so this is the singing machine. Low float. This was halted. BGXX. I don't usually refer to this as a scanner, but it's turning into a scanner. It's more information, but this is almost turning into a scanner now with all these halts and with these low floats. Look at the market. Market's putting in a big green bar to start anyway. Tank, are you still in Stantec? All right, guys, IMGN on the run here. On the run. IMGN on the run. Maybe going to take out that pre-market high now. Yeah, I was never ever considering shorting IMGN. Lots of shares available, 1.5 million, but it was the MRSN that I was considering, but not the IMGN. I mean, this is phase three, so it's a big deal. Now it has had, an amazing move already, 130%. No, I think they were shorting the other one, Taurus. I think. Oh, I may be wrong. I may be wrong. I thought they were. I thought we were talking about the MRSN. Okay, only because it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. So I don't recall somebody saying short IMGN. I mean, and this is still, remember now this is a sympathy play. So, but look at that 200-day moving average. I mean, it's right there, that green line on my daily chart. And it's already moved 40% on no news of its own, just a sympathy play with IMGN. Okay, price target raised to $9.50, I think, by Wainwright. This is for the MDXG, which is actually an earnings play. There's just so many, I could not go over them all, but this is an earnings play, big level. Look at this on the daily chart, what it's taken out. I'm going to back up the weekly chart just a little bit to see where it could. Look at five. Five is such a big level for it to try to get through. Look at the weekly chart, lots of action right at five. And if it can get through 549, but there is a lot of resistance, I think, at 5 right now for MDXG. All right, GDC resumed. What did it do? Look. Now, traders are looking at this. They're looking at what happened 2 days ago and saying, okay, give me a third of that. And it's halted again, yes. Okay, IEP now did show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. You are right. Who said that yesterday regarding trying to short IEP as a non-US resident? That's the first time I've ever seen that announcement. I just tried to take a short on it, and as a non-US resident, I could be subjected to a some kind of withholding tax. Never seen that. So I don't want to deal with it. Didn't say I couldn't short it, but I could be subject to some kind of a withholding tax. So I don't want to get involved with your government and taxation. So I'm just going to forget about it. Yeah, here's another earnings play, guys. The West Walgreens, WBA, an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Ooh, so your the MRSN is still it's trying to get through that 200-day. So I know somebody said they were short it. The next high looking left is 648. Oh man, too bad. The IEP. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. So there's the IEP offer to the alert came in at $35 at 9:55. And so it is starting to sink a bit. I mean, it's not a huge move down, but remember 3360, I think, is the next low looking left. But this is not able to short it, or I don't want to. I don't understand this withholding tax thing. So, however, let's take a look at AMCR. AMCR is an earnings play. Interestingly, I did see a couple of upgrades for a. I think. Let me just check. I thought I saw a couple of upgrades for AMCR. Yeah, actually, I saw a couple of upgrades for AMCR. Not that that's going to matter necessarily today, but big level for it to get through that 10 level. So I'm going to watch this. What's the volume? Oh, huge. UK stock. Hmm. I think it gets UK, of course, but just because it trades on another exchange, probably. Uh, IEP continues down, guys. Okay, big level for this MRSN. If it takes out this 200 a day, this might be it. Remember, it's a sympathy play. It's not news on its own. It's a sympathy play with IMGN. Where's there's the 200-day moving average, 613. So it's trying to maintain above it. Actually, I should check to see how many shorts were available. It's yeah, there are not that many shares available to short at Interactive Brokers either. There's only 20,000, but again, I got that weird message, so I'm backing off it. Do I have an opening price for INBS? So it's been halted for over 10 minutes now, or over 5 minutes now. So let's take a look. INBS. Yeah. So, well, again, this is not necessarily what's going to happen, but 250, 250. So halted at 3. So next trade should be below. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, this will open at 10:02 plus 55 seconds. Wow, look at Coco here, guys. Coco is an earnings play. COCO, this is a lifetime high. I kind of saw it in the pre-market, but I was just sort of chopping around. Look at that. Ugly, ugly. But this is now an all-time high for Coco. All right. Well, the MRSN, whoop, MRSN just popped up. I thought it was going to start moving down. It just popped up. All right, let's take a look at some of these races. What's happened? LICN. Let's take a look at LICN. Yuck. Okay. So low float China. BLDR. Wow. Big earnings play for it. All-time high BLDR. Well, Tank, I know you're in US dollars, of course, with Stantec, but there's the all-time high at 61.61. We're almost there. Canadian dollars were just blasting through all-time highs. It doesn't trade very much, obviously, but now they do have earnings coming up, May the 10th. I believe me, I have no inside info on that, but um, I've never sold. This is obviously the only one that I don't care about earnings so much, just because it's my wife's company stock and all that. So we don't trade around earnings or anything. It's just been long-term hold. But so, guys, I have to tell you this: Friday is my last day. Until until May 16th. Yeah, no, I'm taking off for Paris on Friday and coming back. So I'm gone 7 trading days. So the Friday and then the following week and then the Monday. I'm back on the Tuesday, the 16th. And what'll happen is Chris Farley will open the room. He cannot be in the room like I am all day long talking. He will pop in from time to time. He has another he does do other things at Trade Ideas. Real has graciously going to be in the room all those for the entire. Hopefully, well, I shouldn't put words in your mouth, but Real is going to be in the room most of the time to just kind of look after things. Okay, make sure people are on point. Okay, and I really do appreciate it. Real seriously, it's always take I don't take very much time off. Well, I know I went, I think 4 days to Argentina, and then before that, not 2018 was the last time of a real trip, real vacation. So anyway, just wanted to let you guys know I will not be trading. Well, I try to get rid of my guttural Quebecois. Okay, so when I do speak French over there, I think I'm okay. I soften it a bit. Okay, guys, let's get back to what's happening here. Wow, that MRSN. I hope you got out of your short. Whoever was short that. That just it's interesting because I thought that could have been it. When it pulled back down to 6, and I thought, okay, I was just about going to short this if it got under 6. But I held off. Not sure why, really. Well, I know why. I didn't get below 6. So I was waiting for a 6 break for MRSN, and it didn't happen. And then it popped right back through the 200-day moving average, and it just ran. All right, guys. IMGN just took out the high of the pre-market. Okay, just took out the high of the pre-market. And again, I don't really consider it has any chart resistance. Okay, now, it doesn't mean it's going to keep going higher, but I don't really consider it has any chart resistance. Now, of course, you guys are talking. Yeah, we do have the big. We have the 2 o'clock FOMC. Then we do have the presser at 2:30. But let's face it, guys. IMGN doesn't give a rip about stuff like that. Most of the things you see here just kind of trade on their own. That's what Trade Ideas does very well. We can zero in on the alpha stock. So the fact that if you go and listen to CNBC, or and I'm not saying anybody in this room, but they'll say, "Oh man, don't do anything until FOMC." Well, we at Trade Ideas can always find things to trade. Doesn't matter what day, because these low floaters, and it's not that I'm concentrating on low floaters, but that's what's happening in the momentum stocks. Wow, look at IEP. I mean, this is really okay. MICS just resumed and it popped up. So the next high looking left is around $3. Yeah, I mean, even if you'd, been ultra conservative on the IMGN and said, you know what, I'm just going to wait for a pre-market break, pre-market high break, and that was what at 1221. It's had a decent run from there even. Man, look at this. I mean, at least we're we're in something or looking at something that has legitimate news. Okay, IMGN is not low float. I mean, if you're new to trading, this is like a miracle move, really, with that float. You rarely will see something with a 223 million in the float move 150%. I cannot remember the last one. And the reason is because it takes a lot to move it. With that, those are the available shares that can be traded on a daily basis. And that's a big number. Now it's trading 96 times normal. Like 40 million shares, that represents 96 times normal up to this time of day. So you really had your pick. You had your, I mean, if you had shorts for IEP, and again, I just sort of backed off because of that error, that message that came up for me. If I hadn't got that message, I would have taken this 100%. Okay, so here's another one, guys. Showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Okay, it is an earnings play coming into getting closer to that 200-day moving average. This is CWH, getting closer to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, you're probably right, Taurus, because I mean, something like with that sort of a float and with that news, that will probably attract some institutionals. Whereas these low floats, I mean, there's no way institutions are getting involved. Okay, this is just retail going crazy. Well, guys, you can ride this now because it's below that. I'd have to back this up to see where the next low is. It was 3360, I think, on the weekly chart for IEP. So now let's take a look at the monthly. Maybe that'll be easier to spot. Still, yeah, that 3360. I mean, this is just devastating. I mean, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, there's no support for this whatsoever. I mean, this is 2015. It's not even at those lows. So there's no support. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to zero, but there is no chart support for IEP. Well, some of you may know my sound alert on this is the pig grunt. It's just grunt, grunt, grunt over and over and over again for IEP. And I'm waiting on the AMCR. I want to see if it breaks down through 981 later. My issue with it is that it actually had a couple of upgrades. So, those upgrades may be taking effect. There's an argument to be made if it gets over 1024, maybe go long. Okay, I'm just right here looking at the action in the pre-market and that opening 15-minute candle. There's the high. Maybe those upgrades take effect. Well, I would have gladly loaned you my shorts. That doesn't sound right. My the shares I had available to short at Interactive Brokers, if I could have. Yeah, so KRBP now halted on the way up. Well, another low float, very low float. All right, guys, I'm just sorry, I'm just having a chat within Trade Ideas. Yeah, this has been a bit of a choppy day with these low floaters. Okay, let's see. That's the big issue I have with them right now. Man, look at IEP. Okay, here's another one just showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. ADNT through the 200-day moving average. The next low, oh, please be low. 32, 30, yeah, 33 is kind of the next low. Maybe a little too close. I wish it were down here. Oh man, if it were down here, look at that 27. Of course, I'm looking at a monthly chart. Let me back out, get back to a weekly chart and see what I see. Yeah, 32. It's got a little bit of room. Okay, well, there's no point in I keep talking about the IEP. Probably a lot of you don't have shorts available, but if you do, just there's just no support. No, it finally had a little pop. It finally had a little pop up. Okay, AD&T again showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Look left, 3283. 3283 is is that right now? Excuse me, 30 okay, so it's below that 3417 low. And then the next low is 3366. I mean, it's not that far away. I mean, it doesn't mean that 3366 is going to hold it, but I just wish there was more room underneath until it hit that next low. An earnings play today, PEP. Didn't see it, but PEP. And the answer is so it had earnings on the 25th. So all-time high. Yeah, all-time high for Pepsi. Who drinks Pepsi? Well, I shouldn't say. I don't drink soft drinks, so but yeah, I can see that's a good point, Captain. Yeah, I guess you're talking about summer coming. So I guess people probably drink more soft drinks in the summer, I guess. All right, this is what I'm doing for GDC. I will put an alert at $8 and see if it takes it out later on. Okay, that's the high of the day. All right, so cocoa. Now, again, we don't count today's highs, but basically a lifetime high has to look back. Okay, looking back. So obviously the actual lifetime high would be up here at 2417. So cocoa got up, pulled back right to well, actually broke down below the VWAP, but it's now above the VWAP. Maybe now it'll start to move again. Bit of a spread issue, 2303, 2318. So a bit of a spread issue. The CWH Seems like it is kind of stuck here. There's a 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play, CWH. It is an earnings play. Looks like it's kind of stuck here trying to get through 25. 25.38 is the 200-day moving average. There's your green line right up here. So I'd be watching this as a potential short. If it keeps butting its head against 25 and it cannot get through. I'd like to see it get closer to the 200-day moving average, though. So right now it's stuck between the VWAP at 24.52 and the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, so KRBP just came out of its halt. Would have been pretty tough probably to get it right here at 544. I think that's probably where it got halted. Give me a moment. My music just stopped. All right, give me a moment, guys. Just want to reload my player, see what's going on. All right, I'm really watching the CWH. Okay, I want to see how many times it butts its head against 25. Did KRBP get halted again? Looks like it did. Yeah, halted again. NLST talked that they've won a patent. Okay, patent trial. All right, take a look at NLST. I'm sure we're going to see a bit of a pop here. Yes, we do, and it's halted. Is this halt or is this? No, I'm sorry. That was rigid. Sorry, the halt resumes remain from the last one. So sorry, it's not halted. Not a low float. Next high looking left is 610 though. Boy, it's got some room. I'm sorry. 520. 520 is the next high looking left. Yeah, there are some of the low float madness ones still kicking around Denver, but they've been a little more erratic today. This KRPP as an example, big pop in the pre-market, market open, big drop. Now it's trying to come back. So it's actually gone positive now. They're retiring for 7 trading days, and that's that's all. All right, let's take a look at PERI is an earnings play also, guys. PERI. It's an earnings play, pretty weak. but again, kind of choppy. I mean, I don't like these ones that, move really high and then they just give it up. It sort of gives you pause because what if buyers come in again and pop it up again? Pictures. Okay, there's the GDC at 8. You didn't get it. Might be a good thing. I don't know. I mean, this is again, all traders are looking at is this yesterday 17.22 and the day before 45. All they're looking at. Oh, this is interesting, guys. Trying to hold this 8 level, which was kind of the high. 797 was that high. It took it out briefly, tried it again. I think it broke a record for us. No, I think it was top. Top broke the record for relative volume. It was something like 13 million times normal, something like that. But this right now is at 362 times normal volume up to this time of day, and that is for the GDC. AMD. So is AMD rallying here? They had a couple of upgrades and some big price targets. See if I can finally. Ah, okay, here we go. So I don't see a price. I was having a. Oh, boy. Just give me a moment. Um, okay, I'll take a look at AMD in a second here, but I have to concentrate on GDC right now. Okay, let's take a look at AMD, guys. AMD, let's see if I can find some of these price targets for AMD. Uh, my IB is acting up this morning on my news. Guys, keep an eye on IMGN again. IMGN again. If it takes out 13, I think if it takes out 13, that's basically the high, I think, for the day. So you don't have to stare at it. Well, okay, 13.27 actually. But if it takes out 13 again, you go on another run. In my opinion, there's really not there's no resistance. Okay. You got to go back many years. And I don't really think that's a big resistance area. So, my opinion only, of course. Shoot, I lost sight of the CWH. May not be exciting enough though. That VWAP may hold it. 24.56. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Um, it's 97. Okay, I did see, and I think there's some major like Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan. I know that Goldman was in it. I just can't open for some reason. Now, this stock certainly will be affected by whatever decision is at 2 o'clock. Okay. Super fast morning again. So, what did KRBP do? Probably crash down. No. Wow. 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 Look at this. I mean, again, I don't know how easy it would have been to get at 544. I think that might have been a halt, but look at that now, 825 for KRBP. This is in my breakout scans, 10-day daily breakout. Now, this is an earnings play. LZZ is an earnings play. And this is an all time low for LZ. And of course, this is a legal Zoom. Okay. Okay, guys, I am canceling my short. I was trying to short LZ at 689. They won't fill me. The uptick rule definitely in effect. They've got lots of shares, 1.2 million. I hung at 689 for about 30 seconds and no fill. When that happens, I just back off. And again, that's the uptick rule. So nothing to do with no shares available. And again, the uptick rule, anything down 10%, 10% and more. If you try to short at the bid, typically, of course, if you want to short at the bid, you'll and your broker has shares available, you'll get an instant fill. But if the stock is down more than 10%, then there has to be some trading at the ask, and then it has to go back to the bid. You could be in a big queue of others who want to do the same thing, and evidently that's what happened to me. Sometimes you get an instant fill, even if it's down more than 10%. But look at CWH. Ooh, nice one, nice one, nice one. Approaching the VWAP now, 24.56. Let's see what happens if it takes out the VWAP. Looks like it's sort of a little bit moving with the market. Well, you were trying to get a bounce on it, EP. Look at AD&T now. It did break down a little bit. Another one with the uptick rule. Okay, another one. Actually, it isn't. You know what happened? It actually moved on me. So this is not quite down 10%. AT&T. And I was trying to get that short. I mean, as I said before, it doesn't have a ton of room. 33. In fact, it doesn't have. In fact, I should not do it. 33.66 is the next low looking left. Now, if we can break down through that. Hmm, BTC now halted on the way down, guys. So this is not the. But what I'm going to do with this one. There's the CWH breaking down through or near the VWAP now. CWH right at the VWAP. Will it hold it? Yeah, well, right now, I mean, it again, 7.99. So you're talking about what it is. So there's the halt for KRBP at 825. Again, this blue screen you see here before people say, well, how do I get that in Trade Ideas? You can't. This is Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So this, if you're in this right now, it augurs well not. Okay. This is the potential open. So there's your halt at 825, but you can see how it is, moving around quite a bit. So 760, 760 right now. So if you're in this, hopefully you got in a lot earlier. And so even if it went down to 750, it's not a big deal. Oh yeah. My It was a challenge. The GDC, yes, it was a challenge. But I'm still interested in it later on. I have an alert set up here. Later on in the day, you never know. It could be that late dayer, 2:30 on. Well, it just opened. KRBP just opened. Okay. But it looks like it's halted again. Okay, I'm confused now. It resumed 10:43, but it's halted again. Crazy action. Now look at the difference here. 768 on the halt, potential open around 8. Okay. And what was the high in the pre-market was way up here, I believe. Yeah, almost like 970 or so. And these are wild ones, guys. So mm. Okay, so that's what happened, Byron. So you're right. So it crashed on the open, but then it moved higher. So it moved from 665 to 768, which caused another volatility halt. CVS, let's take a look at CVS. Is it an earnings play, CVS? From our YouTube room, Robin Hood. It is an earnings play. Yeah, I mean, So 7061 is the VWAP. So it looks like I don't know, maybe it'll hold it. It did dip down below it, that previous 15-minute candle. So what are you looking at? A bounce on it or moving down more? To me, it's a little too choppy for my taste. I'm not on mute. I'm just not talking. Okay. I'm just not talking. Remember, guys, this is not the radio. No. So there will be every now and then dead air time, even if I don't say I'm on mute. There's lots happening within trade ideas that I always have to keep an eye on, or I like to keep an eye on. So, all right, AMCR. This is all my 10-day daily breakdown, but it really hasn't moved. 981 was the alert, so I mean it's at 979 now. And you know what? Let's take a look at the monthly chart. I mean, this may have room down to 9. I mean, there's the monthly chart, $9 or so. I don't know how big a mover it's going to be. My issue is because it probably it's a UK stock, and so sometimes they trade kind of weirdly. All right, so EAT is an earnings play and it's trying to rebound here, guys. It's still down for the day, but EAT is an earnings play, EAT. And of course, when you look left, it's got a ton of room. 4067 is the next high looking left. Market's selling off somewhat. There's an hour down, straight down so far. Not an hour, 45 minutes plus 7 minutes. All right. You know what? There hasn't been a lot of action in this biggest gainers from the open. Okay. Now this is the more active one. I made a mistake here. Yeah, I've got some kind of a mistake going on here, guys. There we go. I had it on sorting in the wrong order. So let's I think anyway. The reason I say that is because normally by this time we'd see a couple of stocks that would have won a lot of races already. This is an interesting one. This is another earnings play, guys. SHC. Now take a look at the monthly chart. Wow. I'll have to back off this and take a look at the weekly chart because there looks like there's a ton of room. Yeah, look at this, guys. Ooh. Take a look at SHC. First of all, there's shorts, lots of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, over 1.7 million. So I would assume most brokers will have shorts for this one. But look left. Look at this void underneath here. The next low is around 840. This is a $15 stock. This must be watched on a 15 break. I'm just going to set my price alert at 14.94 and see what happens. It is an earnings play, and this is just getting crushed here. Well, crushed. I mean, it's down 7%, but more importantly, look at this weekly chart. Look where it's breaking down, but I don't know what happened here. This might have been, I don't know if this was an earnings reaction on, this was on the 9th, the week of the, in the first week of the year. But something happened here on that week to drive it up. But boy, this is getting, this is probably the best looking one I've seen in a long time in terms of the potential for SHC as a short. So you don't have to watch the stock or anything like that. Just put a price alert. I got mine around 14.92 and see if it takes out 15. All right, guys, 10:52. So I'm not getting too many new alerts. So I think what I'll do now, there we go. So now we've got this correct. Make sure. Was a court, thank you, Liam. So it was a court case settlement. Okay, thank you. So that was the just Liam said that SHC, the big pop, was a court case settlement here. Okay. So here it is. 13 misses by a penny, 221 in line, but the market's just not happy. All right, guys, let's quickly take a look at my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage. All right, if you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. It'll be at the top here. So we have a great promo on right now, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Mayo, M-A-Y-O, that's the letter O, not numeric O, 25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Now, if you currently have a monthly subscription and you'd like to up it to an annual, you can take advantage of this, it also. I haven't even looked at the AI today. Yeah, not a bad one on the nerds short, NRD, well, Nerd Wallet. I haven't even had a chance to look at it today. Quick on Get Trade Ideas, just quickly go over the 4 plans that we do have. So we have annual monthly premium standard. Annual premium is 2,000 less the 25%. Annual standard is 1,000 less the 25%, and the the big difference is I call it our watch list, our daily watch list. So how you trade this is up to you. There's no auto trading. Okay. So I wish I'd seen this, the Nerd Wallet NRDS. Didn't see it though. Now, my my suggestion is that you start off with a monthly, okay? 118, 228 standard premium, less the 25% for the first month only. And then if you do within 30 days decide you want to take on an annual, we will honor that 25%. And but I I should ask in one of these marketing meetings what is the breakdown of our annual versus monthly subscribers. Nothing wrong with going month to month. I mean, the only obviously the attraction of going annual is that your per month cost is less, but you've got to come up with the money up front. Okay, take out a subscription. You must do this to get started. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Starts off with your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. You must do this. Okay, it's a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, Trading 101. Okay, it's about, I think it's a 30 odd videos. Starts off with what is a stock. So, I mean, it's as basic as you can get, and then it gets more, in depth as you proceed through the videos. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it once a week, about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder within Gmail. Okay. The education section is here. What I've tried to do here in this guide, well, in the education section in general, is so you don't have to go to the homepage and kind of find all this stuff. This is the user guide. Here's our getting started again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, the T window, and know about stock racing. I'll go over stock racing in a bit. But here, if you click on stock racing, we have 4 videos for you. And we also race startup, race configuration. These are all clickable. So it gives you a good idea about what stock racing is all about. Here's getting started again. So daily support. Today is Wednesday. So I take a break between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. One of the other traders takes over for me. And today being Wednesday, it should be Jamie. So I'll confirm that before I take my break. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the room so that you can head over to YouTube and listen to Jamie for the hour if you'd like to. And it's good because, we've got five different guys who take over the room between 12 and 1, all with different trading styles. Certainly, I'm the most active of all the traders, but we've got different trading styles, so it's always, I think, good to head over, listen to them, and you might get, they have different takes. Jamie is more, I don't know if he's listening right now, but and he's more of a scalper. He's definitely more of a scalper. So if you're into, quick trades, you might want to head over and listen to Jamie. My scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link and all you're really wanting is my scans, you have to scroll down and here are my scans that I am sharing. Now I don't have this layout shared, okay, but you can pick and choose what you want. So not everybody wants everything that's in my layout. So instead of loading my layout and then deleting stuff or not knowing how to even do that, you can pick and choose what you want. So pre-market act is up and down. This is what I've been using, this format for years and years. This is now the biggest gainers from the open. I've decided I'll display this one today as opposed to large cap gainers from the open, but I am sharing this one too. Here are my 10-day daily breakouts. This is what it looks like. Now, you won't get the docked version Okay, this is all of them in a dock. The reason you won't is because there are people that don't necessarily want to short. So if you don't want to short, then you don't want these. So again, pick and choose what you want. The Halts resumes, which is super active, super active right now. It's there, and then the momentum is basically this. Okay, so again, I'm sharing a lot of scans, and you kind of just pick and choose which ones you want. And you may not know which ones you want. That's fine. You can load them and take a look at them. All you have to do is when you load a scan, just right click, configure, and summary, and it'll tell you what it's looking for. You may not like that, or you like it, but maybe you want a different price range. I've got in here, I've got between $2 and $35 on my breakout. Maybe you want two and 100. It's up to you. Oh, if you decide you want to take a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my homepage link and then click here. And if you save my homepage link, of course, then you'll have access to my scans at any time. I do change them up from time to time. And then that big education section. All right, guys, let's take a look at anything interesting happening for me. Guys, you know what? CWH is now breaking down through the VWAP. 2448 or 58 is the VWAP. Um, Obviously now well below the 200-day moving average. That finally did really stall it. Let's see how far CWH can go down now. For the simulator later on, paper trading, but right now I won't. What? No more house resumes. INBX. What a nice move here. INBX. Okay, ACGN is this low floater? It is a low floater, and it's an earnings play too. I'm sorry, tomorrow. So it's not an earnings play right now, but it is a low float, 2.65 million in the share in the float. So it is a low floater, and it is ripping here. The next highs, I mean, there's a lot of resistance looking around 4. So let's see if this has any sort of a pullback. Wow, something's happening. Some group has got a hold of this now, and I think it probably just got halted. No, not yet. It is not halted. Now it's halted. Now it is halted. So just as I was saying, hey, come on, let's get some halts. There we go. All right, ABOS. I don't know why I don't see it here. But anyway, ABOS is on the move here. ABOS, almost a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. This looks like this is coming into some resistance around 450. Now, if it can crack through 450, I mean, it's got some room. ABOS, it's not a low float. I mean, it's not high, but it's certainly not one of the crazy low ones. 27 million in the float, 23 times normal trading up to this point of the day. It's only 395,000 shares, though. All right, so this started trading as ACGN back here. This is back in first or the second or third week of the year, January of this year. So based on what it looks like in terms of price, it could have been a SPAC. Somebody can probably go back in the news and just see if this was a launches the acquisition. No, no. So this is not really a SPAC. They had a symbol name change. Idera Pharmaceuticals. They acquired this company, and I guess so. This is the new symbol trading like this. Or guys, my short of CWH did not work. I've taken myself out of the trade. CWH took myself out of it. Is there an earnings continuation alert? Oh, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, we have and I shared this yesterday, okay? We're in earnings season. I did share this yesterday. So these are the earnings plays today. So are you saying, okay, is there like second day continuation? This is what I would do. Um, to figure out what the what to use. Typically, what I do if I see something that had earnings, okay, and it did well, what I would do is I would put a price alert, okay, on it and say, okay, does it take out the high? So you're saying Uber as an example, okay? Well, Uber had earnings here, I believe, right? May the 2nd? Pre-market, so that yeah, so there's a reaction, and then there's the next day, and the next day. Now, if you'd seen this, if you I'm sorry, this is the day, sorry, May 2nd, pre-market, yeah, so this is the day. So if you'd seen this, you might have said to yourself, "Well, I wanna follow Uber tomorrow to see if it keeps moving." So I would have put a price alert right at the high here. I mean, it basically closed near the high. That's what I'd be looking for a continuation. I wouldn't look at something that got up to a certain level and then traded off and then maybe thought, okay, would it continue? Though you can do that, maybe just put a price alert on something that you think that you want to follow Uber, put a price alert to high, and then today it would have taken that out. You would have seen it. Okay. Because obviously, a stock that has earnings does not necessarily mean the second day it's going to go up. But that's typically what I do. If I really want to follow something and when it had a strong day and I want to see if it has continuation, that's typically what I do. Just put a price alert. Because if you put a price alert, then your price alert box will pop right on your screen. You'll see it, and you click on the alert, and you'll know, oh yeah, this is an earnings, a second day continuation of earnings. Now, what I was trying to, I don't do this, but I guess if you wanted to, though, here are my earnings plays. These are the earnings plays today. Okay, so a way a stock makes it on this list is it has to have earnings either after hours yesterday or pre-market today. And so this is what the filter looks like, minus 0.25 and 0.25, okay? Minus 0.25 means earnings yesterday, after hours. 0.25 means today, pre-market. Now, I guess you could put minus 1.25 here, and that'll track something. That'll track stocks that had earnings the day before, okay? So you would see those also. I don't do that, but I mean, I suppose you could do that. So that would show you stocks that had earnings, not just after hours yesterday, it would show you the stocks that had earnings the day before. So sort of a second day continuation. But you may get a lot of stocks you don't want to see. So that's why, it takes a little bit of time, especially when we're in earning season. But pick off. See, this is what I do. I'll sort on the position in the day's range. Okay, I sort on the position in the day's range. So at the end of the day, I will see the stocks that close near the high. Okay. And then I can say, okay, I should probably follow those ones that close near the high, and especially if there's room looking left. So this is not, I don't have this on my homepage, but I can certainly give it to anybody who wants it. I'm going to run this for, well, I won't be here next week, but we're still probably 3 weeks of lots of earnings plays. Okay, so I can give this. In fact, let me do the save and share. So it's this format. I really should shrink this down a bit because I just really care about the ones near the high of the day or near the low of the day. This is just the earnings plays down. Okay. Okay, so Mohammed, the AI doesn't work that way. Okay, there is no, this is exactly where you should buy the stock and this is exactly when you should sell it. It's just sort of recommendations, if you will. Okay. So for instance, they said you had an alert for NRDS as a short 1069. Now it's up to you. Would you have wanted to take that short? It's an earnings play. And it's basically a watch list now. Okay, forget about auto trading or just blindly following, this entry price. That's all I can say. It's not. It's there's no auto trading at all. So basically, you'll have to have some trading knowledge to look. Okay, now NERS actually got down to. I mean, from the alert at 1069, got down to what 982. That's a tremendous run. But then it popped up. You have to have some trading experience. I mean, would you have allowed it to basically come right back up to where it's shorted? Now it's above it. You see what I mean? If you wanted to short something, if you don't mind shorting something. Oh, these are just a suggestion. So now KNTE, that may be interesting to me because I look at this and I go, okay, 288. And there's no mad rush to take a trade the second you get the entry. Okay, in my opinion, anyway. You click on the alert, what's happening, and then I look left, I say, okay, this has got some room. Okay, so this becomes a candidate for me to trade if it breaks three for me, because I look left and I see the next high, if it can take out three, is 337. That's a more than a 10% move if we can get there. So that's how I use it now, okay? And that's how we're really trying to suggest to people it's no longer auto trade. Well, I never agreed with auto trading in the first place, but use it like a watch list. Okay, good. Real's got something that talks about second day scans. Thanks. So the blue line on my chart, you mean for an AI alert? Nope, it's just actually just showing. It's nothing to do with the SMA. It's just a line that shows. So for instance, KNTE, the blue line there just shows you that's where the alert happened at 288. If you can see my 15-minute chart, and also on the daily chart, 288. That's just telling you, just giving you a little more visual of where the alert happened. Nothing to do with, it's not a moving average. If I click on one that went short, you should see the same thing. Yeah, yeah. So the blue line is not, if you're talking about that blue line here on my 15-minute chart, and you can't quite see it here, but it's just telling you that that's just where the alert happened. That's all. Okay, guys, look what's creeping back. GDC, the trend is up, a little trend up on the 15-minute. But Mohammed, you have to have a trading style of your own. I can't tell you what the best strategy to trade ideas. I mean, trade ideas you can put together all sorts of different ideas based on your based on what. Just give me a moment here, guys. Based on your criteria. So, for instance, you might only want to trade a certain price range. You want to maybe have a certain minimum volume before you'll take a trade. You may, though, be a type of trader that says, you know what, I only want to trade if it pulls back to a certain moving average. Or you may be a trader that says, you know what, I don't mind looking at stocks that are making highs of the day. So I mean, there's no such thing as the best strategy. Okay. It really depends on your trading style, and you have to have some kind of a plan. A moment. Well, if you're brand new to trade ideas, so I mean, we've got this toolbar up here. Sorry, you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar. And these are all theme-based channels, okay? And you might see something, I would click on the channels. We have all these scans that we have prepared, and I'm sharing my scans, but you might see something, you might not want to be what I call a momentum trader. Maybe you want something a little more of a pull. Whoa, go. Sorry. Oh my goodness. This is not trading 101, guys. This is wow. Well, what did I say? GDC takes out well, I'm a momentum trader, Mohammed. Okay. So, but that doesn't mean you have to be a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near, wow. I like to see stocks near the highs of the day or near lows of the day, and then I decide, I look left to see if a stock is near the high of the day and it pops through on what I would consider maybe a decent pattern. And I look left and there's a lot of room meaning not like a lot of room until I see the next high if I'm going long. That's my style. Okay. That is my style. And the same thing on the short side. Wow. If I'm going to short something, near the low of the day, then I'm going to be looking left to see, okay, where is the next low? Where could it get to before it hits the next low on the daily chart or the weekly chart? That's my style. Oh, good grief. Look at this potential open for GDC. Well, listen, you're talking about a stop loss for a GDC or something, or any of these crazy ones. It's got to be wider, obviously. You can't put a 5 cent stop loss. So I was kind of eyeballing this, but I said if it takes out eight again, I want to know about it. And that's exactly what happened. And the low down here was about 740, 750. So if it taken out, if I'm sorry, yeah, right here, if it gone down to there, I would have been out of the trade. Okay. It's that simple. So a pretty wide stop, but you have to have a wide stop on something like this because you'll get stopped out. And even that is not a hugely wide stop for something like this. But for me, a 50 to 60 cent stop, this sufficed. So that'll shear size me. Now, but obviously, guys, I mean, if you know me, I've taken some off because there's no way I'm not going to, especially, something this whippy. Well, it was a lot better, but now it was a lot better. It was at like 10 something, but right now it has dropped down to 925. So I mean, this could be it's hard to know right now what it's going to open at. Halted at 11:22, so 11:27 plus 6 seconds if it's a 5 minute halt. There's no absolute question in YouTube room. Do I have a process about how much I take off? 50%, then another 50, and then the rest. No, in something like this, it pops so quickly. I'll probably, yeah, in a case like that, it changes from trade to trade. It's not like I have a definite percentage, but something like this that I know can, move down as quickly as it went up. In this case, I did take about half off. Now I can ride the rest, but there is no hard and fast rule. But something that goes from 8 to 9 in a couple seconds. I usually just have one order. Question is, do I build my order? You can't really build an order in something like this because it moves so quickly. Well, in my opinion, anyway. So I'm not very good at adding to my positions. I usually take my position at the beginning and that's it. And I never add to a losing position. Never. Well, even yeah, I generally do not add. I'm just not. I generally don't add to positions. This is one big wow, guys, on the ACGN also. So this came out of the halt. Here was the alert at 277. I mean, this is, listen, guys, if you're new to trading, I mean, this is wild stuff. Okay. But you're in an active trading room for sure. If you're looking to trade Apple and Tesla and all, I'm not saying, you can't, and that there are people in the main room that do, but this is pretty wild stuff. And, how can a stock go up 100, well, now 154%? It's got to have a low float. Typically, except for the IMGN. That's why I was saying IMGN this morning was astonishing how much it went up with that float. Again, what the float is, the available number of shares to trade, okay, on a daily basis. So for me, anything under 20 million is what I would consider a low float. But if you're used to trading Apple or, some of these billion-dollar floats, well, 100 million would be low to you. Okay, so it all depends on what you're used to trading. But for me, anything under 20 million is a low float. And so why is the float important? Well, the lower that number, again, remember now, it's the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So if there is demand for whatever reason, you start looking for trying to find the reasons. A lot of times you won't find any reason whatsoever in terms of a press release. It's just happening. Okay. So if there's high demand and low supply, that's why a stock can go up 140%. The float is the supply, and then the volume, of course, is the demand. Look at that relative volume, 132 times normal right now trading. So high demand, low supply, that's what can happen. Now, the unfortunate other end of this equation, though, is once a demand this starts to dry up, the stock can sink as quickly as it went up, or even more so. Okay. So that's why you hear me say all the time, if you get into any one of these, quite frankly, any trade, but especially these low float trades, you cannot wander away from your computer, even for seconds. You got to be right on top of it. Well, this is looking better now, guys. 1020, 1020. Let's see. But it's obviously going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So typically the halts are 5 minutes, but if it's not 5 minutes, usually it's a multiple of five. So if that's the case, this will open at 11:32 plus 6 seconds. What a couple of weeks this has been. And I am surprised because typically what I've noticed during earnings season is that you don't get these low floaters super active because everybody is concentrating on all the earnings plays that are out there. And it's when earnings season sort of dries up, when there's no lot of earnings plays to play, that's when the low floaters come back. But this is we've got we've got this incredible combination of what I call low float mania and tons of earnings plays. Well, I don't have a halt timer. I'm just doing math, James. Okay. I mean, this is the halts resume scan. Okay. And so I'm just doing math. Okay. I'm just adding. So GDC was halted at 11:22 plus 6 seconds. As I say, typically they're 5-minute halts. So, this had it been a 5-minute halt, it would have opened at 11:27 plus 6 seconds. So I'm just looking at, so there's no timer that's telling me when it's going to open because there's no, it's not 100%, there's going to be a 5-minute halt. And in this case, it's not. So if it's a 10-minute halt, this will open within a minute. Because right now it's 11:31 plus 26 seconds. So if it's a 10-minute halt, this will open at 11:32 plus 6 seconds. Okay. So I'm going to keep this up here, and I'm going to keep this up here, and I'm going to plead with it to keep moving higher. But this is not set in stone. This is a like a projection, but seconds before it opened, this could change. And so don't think that. Okay, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. There we go. All right. Well, you had to be quick. And so what I do is on something like this, I've got my finger on the sell button. So it popped and then it dropped. So I'm basically out most of this trade. But that's why you've got to be really on top of it. Because now look where so it got halted at 941. Potential is around 860. But now what I'm going to do, believe it or not, is I'm just going to stick an alert at the high of the day because later on, you never know. Just stick an alert up here around 1075. You just never know. Because that's all traders are looking at and saying, wow, 2 days ago, it got up to 44. Okay. So I'm sorry, Robin Hood, you asked about Ford. Ford was an earnings play, wasn't it? F was an earnings play. So it is really done nothing. I mean, I think, yeah, it's really done nothing. I mean, it released earnings after hours, chopped around, actually dropped this morning and has rallied somewhat. But to me, it's just very messy. Well, okay, 11:34. I'm just going to confirm that it's Jamie. And it is Jamie. Yes, Jamie just said he's going to be in our YouTube room. So in about 25 minutes, when I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Jamie will take over for me. All right, guys. So the overall market, again, remember at 2 o'clock, we'll have FOMC, the minutes, and then at 2:30, we'll have the presser. So there'll be two times where the market's going to go a little bit crazy. Overall market's going to go crazy. And just before 2, I will put up the 1-minute SPY chart and we'll see some crazy action. After about 5 minutes, we usually have direction. And then at 2:30, though, the presser and whatever the questions are and whatever he says will affect the market again. Oh yeah, it was halted again. GDC was halted again. Mm. Okay, let me go over this as I'm seeing that things have settled down just a little bit here. This race that you see here, the biggest gainers from the open percent. So all races start off from a top list. Okay, you notice this is a top list window. You can create your own race from your top list window. And if you do, you can right click and then you launch the real time stock race. Okay. But why are these symbols here? Huge list of symbols. Okay. Why are they here? Well, I right click and click on configure. And this is the format for alert windows and top list windows. You want to see, so if you take my scans or any of the scans that we've created from our toolbar. Yeah, I've got to do some work, well, when I come back from vacation, getting rid of some of my, scans. Okay. So this is what it's looking for. So the volume has to be at least 150,000 shares, has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close, prices between 1 and 50. That's it. Okay, that's it. So before we had top list, or sorry, racing, how you would use a top list window is if I wanted to see the stocks that say were up the most, meeting those filter requirements, up the most from yesterday's close, as long as I had it as a header, column header, and C percent is changed from yesterday's close. So if I double left click on it, I can see that Ruth is a, I guess is a buyout of some sort. So Ruth is up 33%, QTRX is 18%, etc. Okay. So it basically ranks the stocks, obviously as the stock moves up, it'll move up, stock moves down, it'll move down on the list. I like to see the change from the open. So there it is, QRTX. So it has moved 18% since its first print. Just give me a moment here. There's something a little bit weird, perhaps. No. Aha. Now, I thought there was something, I had it sorted on the wrong thing. Okay, so now this is a little bit different. I'm going to start the race again, okay? Okay, that was the problem. Okay, so now I've sorted on the change from the open. Okay, so there's ACGN at 126%, GDC 70%, etc. Now, that's great, but how are you going to use this to trade? Okay, now instead of having to stare to see whether that 130% changes to 131 or 132 or something down here starts to move, that's where the races come in. So for instance, so every race I have is a 4-minute race. I pick 4 minutes just for no real reason. But this is all customizable. You want a 2-minute race, a 1-minute race, 5, 10, whatever you want, you can do it. But I pick 4 minutes as my race. So we're 2 minutes into a race. I've got some. I've got to do something here. Just give me. I'll just keep going. So we're 2 minutes into this race. Okay. So what's happened since the race started? This ATGE has moved not 0.95%. There is something going on here, guys. I'm going to have to fix this because you would normally see some big percentage moves here, and it's my organization of the race. I'll just fix it. But imagine though that say POAI, it's at 10.3% right now, changed from the open. What if all of a sudden it was 11%, 12%, 15, 16? I mean, you would have a tough time with a huge list of stocks knowing that, but that's what the race does. Every stock starts off at the same starting point, and then whatever is moving the most, you'll see at the top. Let me and then what happens is it creates a nice watch list for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races. And again, I kind of made a mistake here. Let me do something. A moment. This is better. Here we go. Okay. Sorry about that. I had some wrong. I didn't load like this is the one that you'll see if you load from my home page, okay? And I loaded from the cloud, something that obviously wasn't exactly the same as this. So now now you will see the real fast movers here. There's the ECGN, the GDC, you'll see the fast movers here. You'll see bigger percent moves. Whereas if, the race I was showing for the last couple of weeks, the large cap gainers, you would rarely see even anything that was 1.3% moving. So what'll happen now is a top 10 list will be created, made up of the stocks that have won the most races. So in the number one position, obviously it's starting now. So normally I start at this race would have been at 9:30 when the market opens, and I would have a nice top 10 list made up of again of the stocks that have won the most races. The number one position would be the stock that has won the most races, and on and on and on. So it gives you focus. It gives you just look at, you can just concentrate on 10 stocks. Now, if you're new to trading, I probably load my other one though. I mean, this is more exciting. There's no question this is more exciting, but with excitement comes, pretty a lot of volatility. All right, let's take a look at real. It's talking about SPR. SPR. Let's take a look at SPR. This is an earnings play. It's been choppy. Had the pop and the drop, but it's been pretty steadily dropping, I guess. And the 2753. So this would be, let's see, looking left. Yeah, I mean, looking left, you can see on the daily chart. So I think what real is inferring is, will it take this out or will it bounce from there? If it takes it out, that could continue down. I don't know who posted that, but SS drop, short selling. So there you see 4.25%. So there's the KRBP. So since the race started, and it's probably going to win the first, well, it's going to win this race. 4 minutes, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, one. So it's going to win this race. You're going to see it. There it goes right to the top. So it won the first race since I started the race. Okay. Again, I apologize if I had done this correctly. We would see a top 10 list right now because I start my races at 9:30. But I just started this race 4 minutes ago. So that's, but you'll see stocks just because a stock is at the top, obviously, because it's like any other race. There'll be jockeying for position throughout the 4 minutes. So some stock could be leading a race for 3.5 minutes, and other stock just comes out of nowhere and supplants it. But what I'd be doing is, when you can click on any one of these alerts, I mean, and just see what's happening with them. But if the stock starts to move up, I'd be clicking on. Look at the ACGN. So it's moved 9% since the start of the race. What we have is 2.6 million. Okay, div for a float. But let me go check another site. The one that I think is pretty reliable. Let's take a look. It has 3.5 million there. Okay. So our provider, our data provider says it's 2.65, but in the dilution tracker website, it says 3.5. It's going to be low. Okay. And again, it's tough to get a handle on floats when stocks have done many, many reverse splits. It's very tough to get a real effective. But I guess that this one typically may even look into the filings. I don't know. I don't know how they come up with their number, but this is dilutiontracker.com. This is something that I think was Captain gave to us. Captain K. I think he uses that. And let me, if you guys want it, I'll just put that website in there. It's always good to check. I always, when I look at these floats, I mean, when they're low floated, again, it's very difficult to get a true number. But for instance, when it says 2.6 million, we know it's not 100 million, okay? And it's probably not 20 million. So it's going to be in the ballpark that's going to be very low. This is where you can check if you feel so inclined to do so. There was some, well, hopefully you're not in the room, but there was some clown on Twitter that kept pumping this WWR constantly, months ago, constantly. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:51. So I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over to YouTube when Jamie gets in there in about 10 minutes or so, a little less than 10 minutes. Oh yeah, LZ had a big pop out actually, guys. So this showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I was watching it for a while, underneath that seven, and it didn't really do anything. There was the alert at 691, and yeah, it got down a little bit, but then it popped. So again, remember the program is called Trade Ideas, okay, and that's what's happening. We're generating ideas. It's not that, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just take the trade immediately. You gotta do some analysis. CHGG, that was a big one from yesterday. Let's take a look at CHGG. Excuse me, on a bounce. Yeah. So I mean, you could call this not second day continuation, but a bounce play off earnings. Well, you're no kidding. So it took out the high of yesterday, which was about 985. Yeah, and it has moved. Now, these are the guys who said, they had earnings and then they also said, you know what, this chat GPT is really cutting into our business. We're seeing, because this is some kind of a subscription-based service, education. So Matteo, I'm going to try to answer that question too. This is most of the stuff. It depends what you mean by investing. Okay, I mean this is you know y- investing. Okay, Apple, Microsoft. Okay, you want to invest, but these are not investable stocks. Okay, in my opinion, these are quick. Most of them are just intraday plays. So I think most of the stocks that we talk about in here, not all, people talk about Tesla and all that too, but they are not what we will call, tuck away, invest in them. No. We're cowboys here. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, but it is important. I'm glad you said that, though. Yeah, I'm not trying to obviously pick on you because if English is not you're doing fantastically. Okay, it's just that investing is it's a term that's used. Invest in a position, but yeah, we're trading these. Do I trade via the platform or only use it for signals? So I'm not 100% sure. I don't use. I mean, there's a way in which you can use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. I don't. When I use it. I have Interactive Brokers. I could connect it, but there's no way I'm going to try to flip back and forth between simulation trading and even if and my real account. Okay, so what I do is there's a way in which when I click on an alert with external linking, so when I click on an alert, it loads into my order entry into my Interactive Brokers, and that's where I trade. Okay, so I use Trade Ideas to generate the ideas, click on the idea, loads into my order entry into and we load into many, many platforms, okay? I mean, I use Interactive Brokers, but we load into many platforms. Something called external linking. Okay, it's tools and then external linking, and you just basically follow the directions. And we link with many platforms so that it's a time saver. So instead of having, if I see GDC and I want to look at it, so instead of my having to type it into the order entry in my brokerage platform, I can just click on it and it just loads immediately. And then that's when I make up my mind from there.
Hi, Barry.
Oh, there he is.
You didn't hear the
Mr. Streaming
click.
himself. I didn't hear the little pop. Okay, give me a moment, Jamie, and I'll get the announcement in. I've already put the YouTube link in, so
Sure.
just give me one moment. Get rid of my music and get
Yeah,
the
turn that
announcement
Metallica off, Barry.
in. Yeah. I don't even know what I'm playing. 80s alternative hits, or
You know
whatever it's
you can't
called.
go wrong there, Barry.
Can't go wrong. Hey guys, on a break. Can you go to one, or do you have to leave early?
No, that's fine.
Right, okay, on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. So I'll put myself on mute in the main room right now. And also in our little Discord room, believe it or not, with our 2 people there. All right, Jamie, now I can talk to you.
So, did you
So,
trade the Chegg today?
no, did not trade the Chegg, but I did trade the GDC and got very fortunate with it.
Nice little kind of whippy on that one.
Oh, yeah, but you can see I got in just over 8. I had said, okay, guys, I'm interested at just over 8. Again, this is around 11:15, and
Right.
then of course it shot up to 10 something, and that's when it was halted. And actually, it was halted at 9 something, and it popped up to 10 on the halt, and then immediately came down. I'm still going to look at it though later on. I've got an alert set for 1065, and see later on in the day if you get the degenerates into it again, and look left. And
You
of
gotta love
course,
those
2 days ago, it got
degenerates,
up to
Barry.
45. What's that?
Said you gotta love those degenerates.
Oh yeah, this is gambling. I mean,
Okay,
but
look at my.
I was able to put a stop on that I thought was relevant. Obviously, it's not no way you can put a 10-cent stop on something like that, but it was about a 55 cent stop, and unless you do it, you can't. I mean, it's gambling, because all you're doing is looking at what happened a couple of days ago, and we know that traders around the world are seeing that and thinking, okay, maybe it could do something similar.
Yeah, and there's well, you could call it gambling. It's slightly educated gambling, wouldn't you say?
Slightly educated. Yeah, it's not quite a coin flip, not quite a
Mm,
coin flip, but
exactly.
and not for everybody. But boy, I said earlier that typically when I see this low float stuff, it's usually out of earning season, because there's not much else going on. And so in earning season, of course, and that's where smack dab in the middle, there's so many stocks that are releasing earnings this week, next week, and the week after, that the low float stuff usually isn't as active. But man, oh man, it's like a combination of low float and earnings.
We on the top got everybody all excited, you know.
Oh yeah,
TOP, not the top of the
yeah,
market or the top of anything, but
yeah. No,
the
no.
stock top.
That absolutely started everything. No, no,
So
no question.
here's how my day started out, Barry, right here. See this iHeartRadio or yeah, iHeartMedia?
Yeah, it
I got a hold of it pretty good on the short side yesterday, right? So that was kind of like
was an
my
earnings play,
day.
wasn't it?
I do believe so. iHeart was, yep, yeah, yesterday, as we can see
Yeah,
down here.
yeah.
Um, and then this morning, I'm thinking, ooh, it's going to break 3. Here's Jamie getting short down here. And then
Yes.
they all the offers disappeared. So I covered, took about a 4-cent hit. Said,
Hmm.
well, they defended that area pretty good. So I got long a little bit and rode it up to about here. And of course, left a lot on the table. But what are you going to do? I was just happy to get back what I lost and then
Yeah,
make a little bit on top.
yeah. And you are, yeah. I mean, I called you the scalper supremus, because you are. I mean, you have to take a lot of shares if you're wanting to make 5 or 6 cents on a trade. I know you want to make more, but I mean, if you're going into the trade thinking, well, I'd like to get at least 6 cents or something, you got to take a lot of shares, and then that means your stop has to be fairly tight. But that's
Right.
just
And it's
your
just about
style.
finding the stocks that are conducive. Like this was a really good one today. This
Mhm.
thing's about as tame as you could ever hope for. I just kind of stumbled onto this one the other day. I'm like, huh, this one seems to move with relative, well, whatever you want to call it, order.
Mhm.
There's order
Yeah.
there, right? So you
Yeah,
can get
yeah. No, no. Yeah, absolutely.
5 or 10,000 shares of that, and of
Mhm.
course, sometimes they're going to pull the rug on you.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of if, it's when. But if
Yeah.
they do pull the rug, you don't get stung too bad. It's a loss.
Even below loss, and you can get, like, if you're talking 5 or 10,000 shares, so, yeah, as you know, sometimes if the rug gets pulled, you can't get out where you want. Uh,
Exactly.
that's why I typically don't do that. I mean, because I can't concentrate enough, on stuff like that because I'm all the other things I'm trying to do. But if I were able to concentrate, maybe I would dabble a little bit, take a lot more shares with a tighter stop just to see what would happen. But no way I can do that here. I mean, there's just, like I can't be deflected
No,
and
absolutely, yeah.
really being deflected doing other
hmm
things.
Well, I mean, you know as well as I do. You look at a different screen for a minute, things change.
Oh, yeah. Never mind a minute.
Yeah, a
I
second,
mean,
a
yeah, a
millisecond.
second. Well,
hmm
those low floaters, especially, but it sounds like you're not into it sounds like these are not necessarily low floaters. There's just a lot of, and you're looking at the time and sales and you're looking at the bid ask and,
Right, but I'm not. I'll do the big, thick liquid stocks if they set up properly. Like for example, once you get to know something like this TLRY, they love to jam it up early, right?
Mhm.
And then a lot of the times it'll peel off. But today, it's not having any of the peel off. I mean, it's having
Hmm.
a day. So you try a couple of times on small shares. It's not doing what you want it to. And then you're like, okay, well, it's not playing nicely today. So I won't waste my time trying to,
Right.
churn a bunch of TLRY today. So maybe we'll do some ape or something like that. You just
You'll
got
do
to
some
have
Nate. You won't be doing any Bed Bath and Beyond, my friend.
Unfortunately, no,
You're
it's
not
meant
in that.
to,
You did not.
no,
You
no,
did
no,
not do
no, no,
that,
no,
right?
no,
Okay,
no,
good.
no, no.
I'm actually surprised. I thought maybe it would at least go to the pinks, but I can't even see it there.
hmm
I think it's just as we speak. I mean, I don't know how that works. I mean, they're delisting from they are delisted. Yeah, I guess at a later date, can they go to the pinks if or are they just gone?
Well, when they get delisted, I guess they have the option to go to the pinks
Right.
because I mean the requirements aren't the same, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they will go to the pinks. I guess
But can they go at a later date? They don't have to
that's a good
necessarily
question.
go.
That's a good
That
question.
that was my question, really. I mean, if you get delisted, I mean, why wouldn't they go to the pinks immediately if they could? And if they're not, does that mean that's completely and utterly it?
Good questions. It's
Somebody in
been a
our company might know.
it's been a while since I had to brush up on things of that nature
Yeah,
since the old
yeah.
compliance days.
Well, because if it does go to the pinks, then I know what the hope will be. Yeah, but look at Hertz. Hertz went to the pinks, and look at Hertz now, came all the way back, and that's
hmm
what those those people who are very hung up on Bed Bath and Beyond. That's what they probably would say, you know. But
Well,
all
Barry,
right, my
there's
friend.
throughout all the time I've spent on the trading side, I've just made it a point not to get married to anything.
Mhm.
When you marry a stock, it doesn't end well. There's a divorce
Yeah,
at some point. Um,
an
but we'll,
amicable one. An amicable one. It is. You make some money and say, okay, thank you very much. Bye bye.
yeah, yeah. All right, my friend, I will let you take your break.
Yeah, yeah. I need one right now. So thanks, Jamie. We'll talk to you in about an hour.
We'll see you then, buddy. Bye bye.
Okay, bye bye.
Well, hello, everybody. One moment. Okay, I am back. How many we got in here today? Yeah, looks like our typical crowd in here. So once again, just want to remind everybody, this is the hour for the live support session. So if you do have any questions about the software in general, no pre-planned content on this one. So use the questions panel to ask away. I managed to pin my races here, so I didn't lose all my data. Yay, I didn't forget. Um, didn't really take a whole lot of, hardly any trades from the races today. They just didn't set up the way that I like to see them. KNTE, not a bad little swoop-de-doo, but as you can see here, once we got above that level, it's just kind of chopping out. One of the AI trades as well. The Dawn of the Dead usually produces some pretty good candidates, but just not seeing that smooth breakout pattern that I like to see on any of these guys today. This is the closest guy, just a little too thin for my liking. However, as I was telling Barry, got short down here around 3, I think it was 304 or so, in anticipation of this thing breaking the whole number and heading down into, the twos. Didn't happen. Flipped it, made a little bit on the upside. Left a lot of money on the table, but oh well, what are you going to do? Happens all the time. Oh yeah, and Riot today. Riot had a big upside day yesterday. Well, I'll tell you what, let's not stretch that 5-minute out. I'm waiting for you, 15. There we go. As you can see, Riot from yesterday had a nice upside. Came down here and broke these lows. Went down for a little bit, but not really having any of it. Kind of a consolidation or digestion day. Currently an inside day on the daily there as it digests the up move from yesterday. The only position that I'm left in currently is this guy right here, KW. Wish I could have got it a little bit earlier, but these wicks kind of spoiled the party there. So I didn't get the new high alert until we were cracking right around here at 40-ish, 41, 42. Put some on the books right here, and it's working thus far. And let's see here. As far as KW goes, I'd say we've topped out right here, but if this thing gets a little frisky, keeps on cruising, well then, the high of the day is totally in play there. So we'll see what happens. Not exactly the smallest float, but not exactly the largest float either. Okay, and what about just the good old-fashioned woo, Western Union? It's amazing these guys are still around. I guess they're adapting with all the crypto and easy ways to transfer money, Bitcoin and all that stuff. Kind of thought that they'd be in a little bit of trouble, but I say that, but if we look at the long term here, that's about all I can get on the weekly. Where'd we top out at? 28 bucks. So, I mean, more than cut in half from that high. But I guess people are still using the good old Western Union. Nice up move, just not really any part on this chart where I would have went, ooh, I'm gonna get some here, because all you can do is try to guess here. Once it broke that level there, nothing really identifiable here, but certainly once we broke that 44 level on the daily, and then we had a breakout there. Just wasn't paying attention to this one. So yeah, 46 up to 81. Not a bad little move there as it cruises through that 50 period EMA or SMA right there. Other than that, it's for earnings just starting to kick in. I expected a little bit more action this week, but it shall heat up as time progresses. Playboy coming into play here, no pun intended. Another high flyer that this was this was after COVID. But boy, what a nice move from the 1650 level all the way up to 63 bucks. I remember when this was in play. It's going, what in the heck, Playboy? Okay, whatever. But now residing at $1.83. So once again, the market is littered with these types of patterns. more so than we've ever seen in the past. What does it mean? I don't know. It means a lot of IPOs and a lot of uh, rebrandings are going on, and after a certain period of time, nobody has interest in them. Nothing good there. On an intraday setup, not bad on MRSN, keying off that pre-market range here. If I ever do take a trade right off the open, it's based on a range break on the pre-market. I did not take any trades pre-market today, but had I saw this one early, I probably would have taken a stab at it. See where we opened there, 521. High of the pre-market was 524, so just had to wait a little bit. As soon as we got through 524 there, off to the races. Actually, that's the high, 530. 521 open, little 9-cent increase, then boom, off to the races on Marzen. Earnings not coming up for about 6 more days there on that one. And the MINM, the big mover from yesterday. Boy, I was not in this one. I know some people who were, and some people, well, it reminds me of the one from the other day. I can't remember the symbol, but I got in, got a little antsy, got out for a small winner, and that thing just ripped mega. Same thing here. For everybody that was in it yesterday, if you got this early break here, even if you paid the top of that candle there, 256, and then we chopped around in the money for a while before the big move happened. As Chris Farley always likes to say, this thing wasn't exactly tame. Down here it was, but once we got up into these levels right here, I mean, just looking at that candle, it doesn't look like a big event, but the low was 245 and the high was 364. So over a point wiggle just in this one candle here. So, might have looked like it looks like easy money in retrospect, but I assure you, when those things get moving, especially with this float that we see right here, 1 million shares, you better bet it's going to be spready. So unless you got it over here, there was it was not an easy trade to manage. I do know Barry held some for the long term and don't know exactly where he got out, but always glad to see a fellow trader capitalize on a big move like that. And of course, let's say we didn't get it over here in the easy land and we see it breaking here. Yeah, if you really want to participate, you just got to really scale down your share size and go, okay, well, if I'm going to have to risk a point wiggle here and my risk per trade is $100, well, then I can get 100 shares or 50 shares or, whatever it is that fits your risk parameters. I'll see some of these crazy stocks moving sometimes. I'll be like, the chart looks good, but the risk is big. Boom, I'll just pop into 100 shares and, take that risk, whether that be a point or a 50-cent, risk. It's all pertaining to your risk levels. All right, so I don't see anybody hitting the questions panel there, so I'm going to move my races out of the way a little bit. And maybe some of you remember seeing these two windows here from last Wednesday, okay? BOIL Watcher, and here I have a compare count window only paying attention to the ETF known as BOIL, BOIL, which is this guy right here. And you can see up here at the top, ProShares Ultra Bloomberg Natural Gas. Coincidentally, hitting all-time lows today. Speaking of things that have come down from the trees, look at this guy. What do we top out at? Yeah, way back here. looks like to be exact, August of 2022. So not quite a year ago. Here we are topping out at 123, now residing at 2 and change. Now, you may be asking yourself, well, what do you use this for? Well, if we take a peek at this compare count window here, if I go into configure, of course, we got the green side and the red side. Each one of these is like an independent alert window. And if we come in here to configure on the green side, I've simply got every bullish alert that we offer, and then some neutrals down here on the NR7. We're only watching Boyle, right? Exact opposite on the red data side. Only watching Boyle, and I've checked off every bearish alert that we have, along with the neutrals down here as well. So anytime a bullish or bearish event occurs, according to trade ideas and the alerts that I've selected here, which is basically all of them, then this window is going to record that and it's going to keep a count, right? So since the market has opened, and I'll start this thing up, I always start my software up at least 45 minutes before the open. Now you can see Boyle is always pretty active in the pre-market. But what I do here is I treat it just like my big cap uh, compare count window, where I'm looking at the entire market, anything capitalized over $4 billion. And I'm using that in the same capacity, but it's looking at every stock hitting a high and low. And that way, after the first 15 minutes of the market, now I'm not watching SPY components, but a lot of the times this will give me kind of a peek into what might happen. Okay. So on Boyle today, since we're just focusing on one stock, here's the opening candle right here, second and third. So look where we were after 15 minutes. And I do believe we closed up here at about 3 cents below the wick of that candle. So we closed the 15-minute period right there, 5, 10, 15. And this was extremely bearish. Okay. At the same time, I can see a flurry of bearish events coming through my Boyle watcher over here. And so that gives me the confidence. Okay, either take some now and you got an extremely small risk of a few pennies and make it punch a new high, start scaling in, and then look what we had just a short time after that. We had a breakdown, opening range breakdown to the downside. So I'm seeing my extremely bearish counter here telling me, hey, Boyle, looks like it might be soft today. This candle closes, we've got 3 cents to the high, so I can get in some now and risk 4 cents, making it punch a new high. You can see that it never did that. We slowly gravitate down, punch a new low, and this is another opportunity to increase that short position right here. And you can see what happened after that. We punch new lows, we kind of meander around down here, and slowly we're just grinding down, okay? So this is a great example of using a compare count window to really keep tabs on the pulse of a single symbol. Now, whether it's a stock or an ETF, um, that's up to you. I just took kind of a shine to Boyle because it's extremely liquid. You don't have to worry about big spreads. It's typically a penny, and you get some good action out of it. Now, at this current rate, I don't know if Boyle's going to be around for very much longer, but we'll see. Until they delist it, I'll keep trading it. And who knows, we might get a big recovery at some point, but it'll be just as good to the upside as well. So a really great example at using a combination of compare count windows and a multi-strategy window over here, which is basically looking at the exact same things as this compare count window. It's just giving me more of a flow, a feel. Okay, Benson, I see some questions coming in here. Can I show my method again? How you look at the 3 previous 5-minute bars to determine the stop for a stock that is rising. Sure, sure. Let's go back to KW. Okay, so KW is a good example here. Now, of course, the wicks had to kind of screw up. Let's see, how much did they? 1636. So only 4 cents. And what I mean by that is, I'd much rather the candles be candle bodies that we're looking at here because you get the signal earlier and well, yeah, earlier, and your risk is less. But since we put in these 2 wicks, one right off the open, then before I get that new high alert, then we do have to penetrate those wicks there. So this is me getting long right here on KW. All right, right there. So this is the entry candle. So we don't count the entry candle. We look at the prior 15 minutes. 1, 2, 3. The low of this candle here, let's see, 1, 2, 3. The low of that candle was 1632. So that's where I'm going to drop my risk line. And I'll usually put it about a penny outside of that low, right? If they're going to take it down there, they're really going to have to thrash it. So in this case, low was 32, stop would have been 31, entry right about 42. So at current levels, slightly over a 1-for-1 right now. Now this thing's coiling up again. Maybe it gets a little bit friskier. And I think that really, I mean, we can look back here, but I think anything in yesterday's range is potential with this guy. How's the volume on it? Well, we're only at 0.64 on the relative side right now, and not really lighting things on fire here on the 5-minute volume, but you never know. I've made my bet on this one. I'll stick with it. So in the money, a little bit over a 1-for-1 right now. Maybe we get one more little push. Worst case scenario, it folds back and I flat it. So not exactly a big mover, but still a good illustration of not including the entry candle. We just take the low of the prior 15 minutes. And of course, we could do the same on the 15-minute, right? It's the same action right here. As soon as we break that high, here's the entry candle. What's the low of that candle right there? 1632. And it's going to line up perfectly with this one. 1632 here. Entry candle, low of this candle, 1632 as you saw up here. So Benson, let me know if that makes sense. Okay, Tiffany, is there a way I can use the ADX filter in a custom fashion? That is a good question. I don't know if we can modify that when using the formula editor. I'm pretty sure we can't, but let me ask somebody who's smarter than me when it comes to that type of stuff. Yeah, average directional index. I'm pretty sure it is not, but let me verify that. And it is pretty quiet in the market right now. Just check back in on the SPY right now. Yep, tested those lows yesterday. We're just kind of Inside right now, not doing a whole lot. Volume's pretty lackluster. Let's check in on the earnings today. Here's my earnings list, and this list just keeps getting longer and longer. I think today there were 90 some odd stocks in here. Tomorrow there'll probably be over 100, and it'll just keep ramping up as we get deeper and deeper into earnings season. So you can see any stock, well, actually, I spawned a different window here. And my default version, it's anything reporting today, whether it be pre or post market. So you can see I've got these sorted by relative volume. EZFL, a lot of relative volume, but not exactly my style there, a little too choppy. BCRX, a little interesting here. You know, the wicks can often act as harbingers of what's to come. Kind of looked like it was going to go test it, but got stonewalled right about here, 870, and just kind of range bound now. Still waiting to hear back for your question. Let's see. I think Michael responded. Yeah, that's what I thought, because you know ADX is a very specific formula. So even if you did modify it, then it's no longer really ADX, and Mr. Noss just confirmed that. Not customizable. It uses the standard settings, the Bill Williams design. So unfortunately, Tiffany cannot modify that ADX. Correct. Correct, Benson. Not including the entry candle. Look back at the prior 15. Take the low point. I usually take it 1 penny outside of there, and then that's our stop. Oh, yes, yes. And let's not forget, as Benson just reminded me, it is Fed Day, and, you know, probably has a lot to do with everybody just kind of sitting on their hands right now. It's real easy to churn yourself into an oblivion on days like today. And, you know, I had kind of a rocky start, got it back, got up a little bit, kept swinging and you know, hitting singles, and then I'd give a little back, and I'm just like, okay, this is a sign. It's also Fed Day. Quit while you're ahead. Let the Fed get their BS out of the way and see what the latter half of the day presents. And that's exactly the situation that I'm in. WMB starting to get a little frisky. Nano X. Not exactly the largest float. Yeah, I don't even know what that would put interest rates at for now. But you're seeing some ridiculous CD rates now on upwards of 5%. I mean, we're halfway back to the 80s, ladies and gentlemen, where, you know, of course, I was a young person back in those days. Um, but I do remember, even though, you know, I was basically a kid, I was fascinated with banking back at the time, back in that time, and you could get 10% on a certificate of deposit, which is just insane. And now that we're already back to 5%, of course, you know, making 10% or even making 5%, even if you made 10% these days, it's not like making it back in the 80s. So we'd probably have to get up to 20% to adjust for inflation there. But never really thought I'd see CD yields at 5% in my lifetime, but here we are. HSC just kind of hanging out here in space with a gap from earnings today. Just going to kind of leisurely scroll through here and see if anything might be interesting. Well, it does appear we're not at bottoms yet, but we're not too far away. What's that low? 590-ish. So Upwick does have some room to the downside. Not looking too good. This one could very well be one to keep an eye on because it's going to do one of two things. Actually, one of three things. It's going to break these lows and cough up more, or it's going to break this little range and try to reclaim some of what it's been taken from it today. Or the third option is it doesn't do either one of those. It just goes sideways for the rest of the day. But you know what? I'm going to right click. I'm going to send this to one of my lists. That way, if it does break lows, I'll be told about it. And not that big of a range either here, only 6 cents. So things might get interesting with Upwick later on. And this is a good exercise to get into, especially when the market's this slow. They've also already reported. And as we can see here, we broke this little threshold here. Earnings, which the market is interpreting as not so good. So it's also going to be interesting to see what this one does towards the close. We might get some action like we had in IHRT yesterday. So as I go through these and check them out, I'm just going to send them to my faves list. And if they do present, oh, Diebold, looking really peaked as well. And looky there, ladies and gentlemen, this is the weekly. And here we are. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks leading up into earnings, and look at what's going on here. So, seems like these are kind of all over the place today. Too bad this one is, I always forget about this one being sub $1. So, yeah, don't think I'll play around with that one. Okay. Starting to see a lot of these on earnings plays today. And we'll throw GoGo in there too. Okay, Tiffany, I see your additional questions here. Stocks that meet a certain criteria. I was curious if TradeIdeas had that capability. Yes, absolutely. That's kind of what we do. But the ADX filter is not customizable. You just have to use it as is. To your point, Tiffany, if I right click in the configure box for an alert window, just looking at, all of the alerts and all of the filters that we have here, you know, that's what we do is we put the things in place that we want to be notified about. And then of course the alert window notifies us when all of the filters are met and the alert that we've selected fires. So it really just depends on what you want. if you want to go trying to customize the ADX from its original form, you can't do that, but you can use the ADX in its traditional form, average directional index here. Get ready to purchase NUG shares at 2 p.m. Aha. One of the gold miners. Well, who knows, Don't really trade NUG myself. Maybe it gets a little pop from what the Fed speak is. Maybe it doesn't. You just have to wait and see. Peter Diebold. It's funny when the company's only trading. Oh, wait. DB. I thought you were talking about, yeah, the DBD. It's kind of humorous when the loss per share is greater than the value of the shares being traded. That's insane. But DBD has had a nice little fall from grace here as well. Going all the way back to, what is that? May of 2012, we were up here at 42, now residing at 48 cents. And their market cap, what are they at now? Wow, Diebold's market cap is down to 39 million, roughly speaking. Crazy. There's a lot of crazy companies out there right now. Market cap of 39 million, but they do revenues of 3.46 billion. Things are crazy. It works every time. 60% of the time, it works every time. Any of you Anchorman fans out there? What's the name of that scanner you are using? Any web page or where to learn? So inversions, are you just talking about what you see on my screen here, or are you already a Trade Ideas user asking me about a specific scan? So just let me know their inversions. Are you currently a subscriber, or were you asking about a specific window that you see on my desktop here? Yeah, Tiffany, that's not configurable in our product currently. Your screen, any advice? So inversions, are you a Trade Ideas subscriber already? Are you currently using us? Yeah, sorry, Tiffany. I wish the ADX was modifiable. It's just not in the capacity that we have it in. It's just a simple formula. But I see what you're saying. You're like, I want to look back and say, okay, if the ADX levels from these points and these points do this, that would be cool. Unfortunately, it's just not doable. Well, look, as we're talking here, MNIM is up to its old tricks again and is also halted. So looking at the 5-minute here, a little whooshy, but look at this nice little consolidation on the 15-minute. But if we just look at this candle here, we got not too bad of a wiggle there, only 23 cents. Okay, so it's a lot tamer. This is classic right here. This is a range break. right at the 406 level, and then we got up to a 455 move. So basically 10% just once it broke that little range right there. And just because of what it did the other day, you're going to have a lot of eyeballs on this one. And that's why the halt was quick. You know, Tiffany, I wish I could rattle off somebody that was able to do that off the top of my head. I just don't know. I'm sorry. Okay, inversions, you're new in the channel. You need an effective tool to help improve your trading, and that's why you're asking me. Well, very good. Um, so how long have you been trading? Are you pretty new to the markets? You know, do you have a specific style? Are you a scalper? Do you like to trade intraday? Or are you more of a swing trader? Do you like to buy and hold positions and hold them for multiple days? You know, what's your forte there? Or you might not know if you're new. So it really all depends on the event that you're hunting because really we're all hunters, right? If we're a trader, very good analogy to to the hunting game. We know what we're hunting before we go on the hunt, right? If we're hunting, and by the way, I'm not a hunter, but it's a great analogy. I'm a stock hunter. I'm not really a hunter of animals, but if you do hunt animals, you know, you might go bird hunting or deer hunting when the season is in. Um, you know what you're hunting before you ever leave. You don't go out to hunt deer and then no deer show up, so you just start shooting other animals. That's not the way it works. You know what you're hunting, and you only shoot at the thing that you're hunting. Same thing with trading. Most people have a specific pattern, regardless of time frame. If it's an intraday pattern, if it's a multi-day pattern, a swing trade pattern, when you see your pattern, boom, that's when you pull the trigger and get into that trade. So, okay, so you've been in about a year and a half. You're a day trading scalper. Okay, very good. So, in the realm of the day trading scalper, what things have you been using? You know, or do you have any favorite indicators? Do you have any favorite chart patterns? You know, I've showed a few times. We'll just go back to the KW example here. We're getting a little pullback. Oh well. But, and I know KW is not halted. Come on. There we go. Okay. So the reason I like these patterns, and this obviously is not the prettiest one. Let's go back to MNIM on the 15-minute. Well, if Jamie's dyslexia would allow him to type the proper symbol. Okay. Now, look how simple this pattern was today. Opened up and then quickly became range bound. And you know, it's like clockwork at this 11 to 12 o'clock Central Standard Time or 12 to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. There's always a good play that pops up, right? And this is the one that happened in this one. Look at that tight range, right? We got four, let's just call it 405 and 344. So still a 50-cent range here, right? If we look at the low of that candle, 348, the high of this one, 410. So still a 50-cent range. But look at when it broke, right? And then had I been there and seen this and said, you know what, I'll take couple hundred shares of this one because we know what it did the other day, what would my risk have been? Well, if I was getting long right here at 409, 410, this is the prior 15-minute candle. What's the low of that? 385, 358. So I still would have had to have risked about 58 cents, 60 cents. If my maximum risk is $100 per trade, I couldn't even be into, I'd have to be in like 150, 160 shares of that. And if it comes down here and pops to low, I'm out, but still halted, but the trade is working as this opening range is being broken here. So this is one of the simplest patterns you can ever find, and that's my intraday pattern. I do my scalping on the thicker uh, things that I play based on reading the tape and the time and sales in the order book. But when it comes to things like this, it's strictly just the pattern. So the opening range breaks, if you're looking for something that's simple and with proper discipline and sticking to your rules, you can get some pretty good winners with low risk. And you're right, inversion. It is not an easy task. A matter of fact, intraday scalping, and not even to say I'm going to I'm going to make my living scalping. Well, okay, that's a admirable goal, but it's just like anything else. It's kind of like the equivalent of saying, you know what, I'm pretty good on the golf range, but I'm going to try to get my pro card, right? Never say never, but it takes a lot of training, right? You better be practicing every day. You better be allocating a lot of time to it. And the same holds true with trading. And having said generating a living from it, just being consistently profitable, whether you're day trading, intraday trading, maybe doing a little both, maybe if you're up really good in a position going into the close and you've got some cushion because you're in the money. A lot of the times, some of these, and I'll do it from time to time, but I'll typically do swing trades in my IRA account. Um, you're up, peel off half, keep half for a swing trade. Um, that's also an effective technique. But the market is not forgiving, and we all know that trading is 90% mental, probably even a little bit more than that. So as Michael Noss always likes to hammer home, A, you got to have a plan. B, you got to stick to your plan. And that's where a lot of people will fall off the tracks. I don't want to take this loss. I'm going to hold it a little bit longer. Next thing you know, your loss is doubled, right? There's a bunch of old cliche sayings. Hey, at first I was a trader, then became a swing trader, then I became an investor, right? So, just remember trading is trading, right? Trading is different from investing. All right, just do a little time check here. We got about 10 minutes till the top of the hour. So inversion, things that might interest you if you're a scalper, obviously earnings, right? Anything, since we're kicking into earnings season, you can see these volume levels here. They're going to be in play. That doesn't mean that you're going to trade all of them, only the ones that are conducive, you know, for the patterns that you look for. Now, you'll hear blah, blah, blah. You will hear Barry say he's a momentum trader. In essence, that's kind of what we all are if we're intraday scalpers. We want to get into things that will continue either to the upside or the downside in the shorter time frame. Of course, the immediate gratification is always nice. Doesn't happen all the time. And I wonder how much longer this little guy's going to be halted. Matter of fact, where did my halt and resumes go? Okay, we halted at 11:41, as we can see right there. So it's been 10 minutes. So we'll probably Won't be too much longer, I would think. Price action, double floor pattern, plus confirmation in demand zone. Um, yeah, inversion. It is possible, I believe, to sign up for a one-on-one training session. And anytime you have a question or you need help with something that you're trying to configure, of course, this live support session is every weekday at the same time, right? It's just hosted by a different person each weekday. And you can always hit us up at info@trade-ideas.com if you need help with an alert or a top list configuration. What do we top out there? 58. Yeah, I kept seeing this one come through. I was like, well, I might just have to trade it just because it's named Spock, but I did resist. Would have been good for a little bit on the downside. Is that Barry?
Oh, yes. Yes, it is.
I'm like, am I hallucinating audibly, or is that really somebody speaking?
No, I can't do that to you because you are the type of person that could be hallucinating, honestly, knowing a little bit about your past. So no, I can't do that. Hey, listen, are you in this minim? Is that what you're talking about? The MINM?
Well, I'm not in it, but I would have liked to have been in it.
Okay, because yeah, this is definitely going to be more than a five and more than a 10-minute halt. Looks like, as you know, usually they're multiples of five. So now we're past
Uh-huh.
the 10 mark. So, I mean, and do I mean, I can see where it's stacking up. Not that it's absolutely going to be there, but you see the same thing, right? 544?
Well, Barry, when I do this session, I shut down my trading software because
Oh, okay. Okay.
you're distracted, right? And that's
Yeah.
I shut it down when I'm doing this live support session. Now,
Okay. Well, I can tell you that it's it's stacking up at 544, 544. So
okay,
it's
all
halted
right.
at 455. So, you know,
So it's looking like
whether or
about a
not
point from here.
well, yeah, if that's what, if in fact that's what's going to happen. As you
Now,
know,
did
I
you
mean,
get,
just
are
because,
you in it?
no, 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 I'm not, but I was just listening to you and I was trying to figure out what is he talking about? And then you confused me because you're talking Central Time or not Eastern Time
Right,
Zone, and we're
right.
talking 11:41. I'm going back 11:41. What's he
Well, I was
talking
just
about?
making the comment that like clockwork, right? Like rain, it's like there's always something good when New York takes lunch. It just seems like there's
Hmm.
always a trade that materializes,
Yeah.
and today it was MINM.
Okay, it just opened. It just opened, and
Uh-huh.
it's at 5:30.
536.
Yeah, 5:36. So it
Yeah.
just opened.
Uh-huh.
So that's too bad. Oh, well,
Okay,
too
let's count
bad.
down. How many seconds before another halt?
Well, I'm just watching to see if it keeps moving higher. If it starts moving lower, then it probably won't get halted, but
Right.
no, it's starting to move lower now.
Yeah, so we've already had a top in that candle of
Yeah.
544 and a low of, so 44 cents, you know.
This is one I
And
actually traded, not today, but the other day, late.
well, I know you stayed in it for, did you get some of that
Oh, that
upper
was
action
yeah,
up
yeah,
there,
yeah.
Barry?
That's right. That's right. That was yesterday. Boy,
Yeah.
time flies. It was yesterday
Yeah. Uh-huh.
during the marketing meeting. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to say I got in at 2 and sold right at 1376 everything, but not quite. But that was a rush. That was a
Now,
rush.
did you get it in the quiet period back here?
I got it in. I took it over. It was over $8, believe it or not. I mean,
Oh, okay. All right. I
yeah. I
gotcha.
mean, this was around 215 or just before. This was just as the marketing meeting was starting,
I
and I got in
gotcha.
around 8, and I had some kind of a price alert set around just underneath 8, and when it fired, I said, "Oh, just take some," and man. So no, I was not in at the very beginning, even though my 10-day daily breakout scan, that is just a monster producer, showed it at 236
Yeah, I'm
earlier.
like, that was crazy.
Mhm. But you know what I'm finding, Jamie, is that these ones, and I've got a bunch now that I've got price alerts at the high of the day. That later on in the day, maybe 2:30, between 2:30 and 3, or even 3:15.
Hmm.
If those crazy low floaters take out the high of the day, and they've got some room looking left, I'm in them. I'm just taking
Yeah,
them
regardless of
because
the energy expenditure leading up to that point,
exactly,
because that's what
exactly.
scares a lot of people, including myself, out of those. But if you make that quick entry and it never really looks back, or you can limit you're like, okay, well,
Uh,
I'll risk a dime or a nickel, then you just punch out. But a lot of the times
well,
they never see those levels again.
yeah. I mean, I'm actually putting it around usually in those around a 50 or 60 cent stop, because I mean,
Right.
these are way too. But listen, if it goes up $5, which a
Yeah,
lot of these are doing, or $10, then it doesn't really matter. That
sure.
stop. I could never do a five or I mean, I'd be, you might get lucky and it might just keep going, but these things, with these low floats, I mean, they can gyrate pretty quickly. So.
Right. If you got to risk 50 cents, well, then adjust your share size accordingly.
Exactly. That's exactly
Hmm.
what I do. I just
Yep.
adjust the share size. And if it moves $5, I mean, what's a 50-cent stop?
Exactly. That's a 10xer.
Exactly.
Yep.
And it can happen. And so I mean, it's not for everybody. I mean, that is Wild West trading. There's no question about it. But it's not for everybody. But I'm just seeing it over and over and over again. Not just in this last couple of weeks, but just in general, these crazy low floaters at the end of the day, if all of a sudden they take out the high and there's room looking left, then there's usually some other people are doing the same thing.
Yep.
As long,
Absolutely.
as long as I get out before they all get out, I'm fine. That's it.
Musical chairs, my friend.
Hmm. Because
Oh.
look at the drop it had afterwards. I mean,
Hmm.
it just absolutely collapsed. So yeah, I liked your analogy about investing and all that. I don't invest at all. I've got nothing invested, and it's just strictly trading all day. Maybe the odd little swing, and a swing for me might be 2 days. Okay.
Right.
Oh, there it
Right.
goes. There it goes. It just took out the high now
Uh
of
huh.
after the pop. After the
Yeah.
pop. I wish this were later on in the day. But anyway, um, but I also liked your analogy of the hunting, and I loved how you said I don't hunt. But
Right.
yeah, you're right. If you're going hunting for deer, and then you don't, and you're sitting there, and I guess what is it, you're hunting for ducks? Isn't there such a thing as a duck blind? So you sit in
Well,
your
there's a deer
blind.
blind. I'm sure there's all kinds of blinds, I
Okay.
guess.
So you sit there and it's an hour gone by, and 2 hours, and you're starting to get impatient, but that's just the nature of it. And then you say,
Yep.
you know what, I'm going to move.
Hmm.
Actually, fishing was a good example. You go out
True.
fishing and somebody said, this is the great fishing hole, or area in the lake. And so you toss your line in there, you crack your beer open, you're sitting there for an hour or so, nothing's biting, you're getting a little ticked off. So you go to another area, and then you go to another area, and you go to another area, and instead of sticking with the plan, because historically that area has been good. It might take, maybe it's going to take a little bit longer today, but historically that area has been pretty good. But
Correct. Yeah.
people like to
Hmm.
flit around. If
Hmm.
I'm not seeing anything right now, so I must need another strategy, or my strategy is broken. That's a classic.
Yeah,
But
because we're humans. We want and need things, but the market doesn't care about your wants and your needs.
doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't care. Jamie, believe it or not, that's the one thing that I had to train myself is not is to tell myself you don't have to be in a trade all day long. I don't mean holding it all day long. I mean, if I get out of a trade, I know I'm not in I'm not in anything. I don't anxiously look, my gosh, I've got to be in something now. I'm a day trader. I've got to be in something now.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just completely trained myself that, if I take two trades a day, three trades a day, that's fine as long as they're, stick to my plan.
Yeah. And then you have to entertain all the time. You know what? I might not make money today. Oh,
Well, and
but I
that's the
want
other
to.
thing. Well, and the other thing though, too, is that it depends when people say, well, I need to do this. What is the goal? Is it literally to make money in the market so you can pay off everything, your mortgage, I mean, that's what you need to live, which is awfully hard if you're just starting out.
Yes.
In fact, I would say it's unless you're starting with $1 million account or something, but then, people who absolutely need to make money in the market. Yeah, it's it's almost an impossibility when you're first starting out. And of course, if you have to make money in the market immediately, you don't want to spend the 3 months or 6 months it might take to simulate trades and get used to how even to trade. They don't want to do that. They want to trade the day one. They get trade ideas, fund their account. Okay, I got to make money now. Pretty tough.
It is, and it's just like, that's why I like to use and Dan loves to use the golf analogy too, you know. Well, if I want to improve my golf game, I must practice because
Hmm.
it'll never get any better if you don't practice, right?
As long as you're practicing the right stuff. you know,
Exactly, exactly.
like I used to, well, I used to be a big golfer, and yeah, I mean, you'd
Hmm.
see guys on the range, and I just spent 4 hours on the range. I'll be watching them. Their swing is horrible. Well, okay, if you have a bad swing and it works, fine, but it's not working, but they're practicing the same bad thing for 4 hours. And that's what they do every day. And they think, great, okay, I just spent a day on the range. Now I'm ready. They're not. They're
Yeah,
not.
if you're what's his name? Who's the guy with the weird swing that looks like an octopus in a phone booth? Who was that?
You mean the big hitter?
No, not
Bryce.
Bryson.
Oh,
Um, I can't remember this guy's name. Oh well. But yeah,
you don't
he's got
mean
the
you mean back when, like Jim Furyk?
Furyk. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can't, but he perfected that so he could do it over and over again and be good at it. But that
Yeah,
is not a swing you would ever teach.
that is true.
But we've diverted a little bit from stock, so I'll let you go now so I can get back into the other room. And
All good, my friend. All right,
we'll have a
well.
great. I'm actually off to Paris on Friday and
Oh, ooh la
back
la.
on the 16th in the room. So I've got 7 trading days off. So tomorrow's my last day for about 7 trading days. So looking forward to that. Well, I won't be talking to you
Je
next week.
m'appelle Jamy. That's the extent of my French.
Jamie, comment, comment allez-vous?
Donnez-moi une Coca-Cola, un sandwich, s'il vous plaît.
Où est la salle de bain? Where's the bathroom? Okay, my friend. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks then.
Well, you enjoy so how long are you gonna be there?
Gone, including, so from the 5th to the 15th inclusive.
Ah, very good. Well, enjoy your time, Barry.
Yes, definitely will.
We will
Thank
miss you.
you.
All right.
Yeah. Well, okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, just got back the room here and the rooms now. Okay. And let me get rid of my announcement. Okay. Well, Denver, you make some noise then. Make some noise. Quiet. Yeah, you're right though. It's a little bit quiet. There you go. Woohoo. Plus, we've got the 2 o'clock, though, as I say all the time, this, a stock like Minim. I was talking to Jamie that's why I was a little bit late. And, this was halted for quite a while. Now, my idea, if it takes out that 590 later on, it could get me into it. Okay, that would be the high of the day. I could get me into it. And yeah, you guys are somebody in our YouTube room said the same thing. Meta is starting to dump. META. Yeah. Wow. After the FTC proposed a blanket prohibition preventing Facebook from monetizing youth data. That is the news headline. That actually hit at 13 at 101. I can see it actually right at 1 o'clock. Now that I can see it as an IB headline. It might have hit earlier, but it makes sense that it hit right then. Wow. I usually say all the time, you're not going to get big percentage moves of these large, something with 2.2 billion in the float. But, from 240, wow, 242 to 234, that is a big percentage move for Facebook or Meta, sorry. And now you've got this, look at this gap underneath. Huh, 209 is the next low looking left. You'd see something like this. Wow, this is again, this is abnormal, guys. Very abnormal. 2.2 billion in the float to see a move like this. But, as I usually say, only way Meta can and some of these large caps can move like this is on news, earnings. Even then, usually not this dramatic, but wow. Boy, people licking their chops right now at that 208.66 low. That's the low of what, 6 days ago? It seems like a distant memory. So why the pop? And that was a big pop. I mean, again, that was a big percentage move, obviously for Meta. Okay, that was an earnings play. Wow. Yeah, this is typical, guys. Low float mania. I mean, this is very typical. These ACGN, big, huge move up to 536. And then, as I was saying, yeah, low float, high demand. But look at the volume. Look how the volume is decreasing, decreasing, decreasing. The demand dries up, and this is what can happen. Okay, so nerds, I mean, this is an AI play. I mean, it's been choppy like heck, but is 1069. It got back up to the level of 1069. And then so you would have had an opportunity to short it a couple of times if you took it right off the bat and then watch it pull up back up to the short level and then short it again, or maybe for the first time. So I'm saying, use the AI like a watch list, a daily watch list. And you might, you see certain times during the day, the trade might set up. We certainly know the news on Meta. Yes, Paradox. All right, guys, I will do my video now. What time is it? 1:13. So definitely want to do it well ahead of 2 o'clock so we can. I'll put that SPY 1 minute chart up at 11:59. Sorry, 1:59, and then we'll watch the fireworks for a while, and then we have to do it all over again at 2:30. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, just stick around for another 45 minutes and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, so doing my video won't take me too long. So we are now, say 13, 14, 13, 15, say 125. Usually it won't take me this long, just in case I have technical difficulties though, or something goes wrong. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. I actually did my video on this nerds because I wanted to, again, I don't look at the AI any differently from any other kind of a watch list. It gets we get the alerts automatically, so there's nothing for you to do, but how you trade them will be up to you. So I was saying, for instance, let's take a look at a big 15-minute chart. Hmm. Okay, so just a little bit bigger here. Okay, so you see this down arrow. Now that's the only time you'll see a down arrow, and that will be from our daily watch list. The down arrow signifies that it's a short opportunity. Okay, the alert happened at 10:69. From there, I mean, I don't know if it was straight down. This is a 15-minute chart, but it got down to 987. Awesome. And then it pulled right back up. And then it actually at one point got right back through over, not to it didn't hit the stop though. The stop is up here. But look what happened later on. You could have said, man, I wish I'd seen that first alert, but I was busy or I didn't want to take it. It was too early. But look how it set up later on. And this is an earnings play, so it's going to be probably active most of the day. So it touched it again, and you could have said to yourself, "Well, you know what? Maybe if it gets down below the VWAP or something, 1045, I'll take the trade." And look what happened. I'm not saying this is going to happen all the time, but there's many ways to use it like a watch list. Okay, so the fact you miss it the first time, you know, t- it could set up and it could set up as a long later on. I mean, it depends on your trading style. Meanwhile, is the meta disaster over? Yeah, well, sort of. Yeah, I mean, it's a big bounce, $5 bounce for Meta now. Now, this is sort of an interesting earnings play. APLE, not Apple. Well, it is Apple. I'm sure Apple loves that. Apple Hospitality REIT, but it's APLE. And, it's got some room. I guess it's 16 or so. It's an earnings play. Now, you say Atom is on a run. Is it still, I know it was on about a 5-day run. Wow, make it 6 days. What the heck do they do? I just seen this one. I've seen this one. So it's in the semis. Okay, so boy. I mean, this has just been April 26th. So ever since their earnings date, there's a great continuation of earnings. That was the reaction. Bit of a strange reaction. I recall this day actually. The big topping tail, big bottoming tail, big sell off, closed here. But since then, taking out the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I do see QRTX is up here. Well, it's a better intraday run for sure. It's just, but the Atom was a multi-day run, but you're right. This is a better intraday run, and it is not. I don't see any news. I mean, that news is just saying that they're going to release earnings on the 9th, but I don't see any specific news for these guys that's causing this pop. Not that that matters. We don't need news anymore to have a stock move or news that you can find. Yeah, actually, when I was on my break, I was looking at this and I was thinking, man, oh man, this takes out this 1540 area, which it has. 1778 looks like the next high looking left. 1772 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart for QTRX. But you're very extended right now. Take a look at PINC, guys. I have this. Give me a moment. I have this thumbnail. That's why I happen to see it. Of course, it had earnings, I guess, yesterday, and horrible. It was a great short. But look what's happening here. A little bit of a base, and now a little bit of a wee little break here. 2718 kind of was the base area, and it's just having a little bit of a break here. I mean, it's already, remember, earlier on today, this was just looked like a second day continuation down on earnings, but all the way down to 26, but now it's rallied. So it's above yesterday's low. And just maybe it's gonna just inch its way up. Now, this is the sort of stock that probably gets affected by FOMC. When I saw that Meta drop and I didn't see what the news was, I thought, oh man, maybe somebody has leaked something from the FOMC because everybody's expecting certainly no more than a 25 basis point hike, and maybe somebody got a sneak at it and it's 50 or something. And I thought, man. But then you look at the other stocks and they didn't do that, and the SPY didn't do that. So, but that was my initial reaction without looking at anything else. Speaking of the SPY, remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So an hour and 15 minutes straight down. And now we've been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not quite, almost 2 hours, a little base a couple of times, but 2 hours straight up. HCDI. Yep. So it got halted at 1256. They did get halted. Like sometimes our halts don't show up if it gets halted right after a resume, or was that literally 1256 to 126, which is a huge halt. Yeah, you know what? I don't see the halt. There was an interim halt between here, 1256 and 126. I don't see it, which means that it probably got halted almost immediately. Yeah, no. Yeah, you're probably lucky there are no shorts. And that float looks about right, guys. Yeah, I'm going to to a dilution tracker, and it says 590,000, 561,000. So that float, so that is an insanely low float. But you know what? They're not as insane anymore. I mean, I can't remember when the first time I ever saw something under a million. But now, we see a lot under a million. Not a lot, but I mean, it used to be well, I don't recall ever seeing one until maybe several months ago. But the market certainly looks like it's warming up to the 25 basis points hike. So everything is up. Nas is up. Dow is up. SPY is up. No disconnect. Haven't seen this stupid one for a while. GNS, Genius Group. Shouldn't call it stupid in case anybody's holding this, but it did have its day a few times though. Got all the way up to about $8. What was it supposed to be? IEP? Let's see what our provider had. IEP. Supposed to be, yeah, Monday, or not Monday, but Thursday. How about Friday pre-market? So they're postponing it. Friday pre-market. That will be a fun earnings release. IEP now on the 10th instead of the 5th. And actually, not so much the earnings release, but normally they'll have some kind of a conference call. And oops, oops, please don't boot me out. But you're right. Things have definitely slowed down. I'm looking at take a look at some of these earnings plays. LTHM, LTHM. I think I mentioned this one earlier. I know I did. That this has been slip sliding away now. Well, this is interesting. Look at this thing just drop here. This lithium Livent lithium play, of course. Low of yesterday is 2018. Hmm. It is at least, well, it's 10 minutes. It's approaching 10 minutes. It's approaching 10 minutes. So I mean it's 136 now. Well, just about, yeah, it's 136 now. Another 44 seconds though, and maybe it'll open. Boy, if you're in this one, you're laughing, probably. Here's our projection of what it might open at, 950. Give me a moment, please, guys. Okay, guys, so you can see it opened. Wow, look at this. It dropped a little bit, and then look at this. Let me get halted again. In fact, there's no way it's not halted. Here it goes. You know how you can tell? Wow, look at this. 1142 now. Oh my gosh. This is US, so we're not, this is not China mania. This is just good old US of A mania in terms of these low floaters. And remember, oh, that's right. I remember this one now when it got up to $76. When was that? That was back in May of last year. So not quite a year, about a year ago. About 1 year ago, it did the crazy. Thank you, Pepe. Like you're peering over my shoulder. Thank you. My sound alerts were off. You're right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. VCIG. I didn't, unfortunately, I was just a little bit slow. I wanted to get it right at 6. And which is where I had my alert, I think. It was right around here. You can't tell on this. Oh, right here. It was right here. I think I had an alert set at 6, and but it broke right through. It got halted, and yeah, I got all the way up to 25 or 24, and I just couldn't get it. No, if I'd known it was going to do this, I would have taken. I wouldn't have cared. But I just, you just don't know that it's going to go from 6 to $25, and then look what happened right afterwards. Yeah, not me on the VCIG. Yeah, well, It's a little bit dicey now. It's a little bit dicey. 979 is on the halt. Now, projected open is around 9. So a little bit dicey. Hopefully, if you guys were in this one, you've taken a bunch off. But look what's happening. So that was at 9. See, this is not written in stone, of course, but 951 now. And we have a halt for GDC. Is it halted on the way up? I still have hopes. No. Oh, yes, yes. I guess it dropped and then it's popped. So this is halted on the way up. Nah, no shorts available for H. You wouldn't want that. I mean, with 500,000 in the float or whatever it is, I mean, that is so dicey. But no, not at Interactive Brokers anyway. And my guess is that, anybody with Centerpoint in the room, maybe they can tell us. And how much would it cost? But the fact that it has no, well, probably widespread no shorts is that at least they don't have downward pressure of people shorting. You've got downward pressure of people bailing because they've either they got to take some profit. But and once that starts, as you know, it'll be a snowball effect right down the hill. That makes sense. They are available. This is not a low float, 44 million in the float, but this P triple I has been, yeah, on a tremendous 3 day, 4 day run now. I don't think I really saw this until today. Okay, so HCDI opened and it was halted at 890. Sorry, it was halted at 890. Let's see if it gets back over 890. Nah, I'll just keep asking you, Captain. Oh, 17 minutes. 17 minutes to FOMC at 2 o'clock Eastern time. QNSC bets are being placed right now that the earnings are not going to be good. QNST has earnings after hours. So you can just sort of see, look at this descent. This has a little bit of room to 9 actually. So we're at 961 for QNST. There's a little bit of room to 9. It just took a little break. DD. Take a look at DD. Look at this, a little bit of a break for DuPont, and had earnings yesterday, of course, but hammered down on earnings. Bit of a recovery. It still was down for the day. Now it's just below yesterday's low, and that is DD. Yeah, this P triple I has got some life here. Ambulatory Health, Population Healthcare Management Company. Like nursing homes or something? I mean, this still, if you look at a weekly chart for this P triple I mean, it's got some room. If you discount all the little areas, but this has still got some room. 546 on the weekly chart for P triple I. Why don't you swing that IEP until their earnings call next week, William? I'm sure he's going to try to say something good. How much worse can it get? All right, guys, market. All right, the Jetsons. Finally we're in Jetsons land, Liam. Boy, this P triple I, guys, it just keeps moving penny by penny. Real mentioned this one a long time ago, SPR. I can't remember if he meant for a bounce. I think he said watch this area. And so now it is dropping from here, SPR. Okay, guys, what I'm doing now, what time is it now? 1:50, so 10 minutes or so. What I'm doing now is just checking these ones. Want to make sure I have my price alert set at the high of the day in case these do something crazy later. Yeah, so TIRX put the alert at 295. I know it sounds crazy, but that will be the high of the day. If it takes that out, then the traders will be looking at what happened yesterday, all the way up to almost 8. Makes its way through the VWAP 243 and its 200-day moving average. It's got to do both of those things. So might be a stern task, but we'll see. Well, I'd like to take this short, but I don't want to do it now. DD, this is nice, it's setting up as a nice little short here, but I don't want to do it now ahead of FOMC. So it'd be crazy, this pie. Look at this move. PIII, not pie. Boy, I mean, again, guys, I had to, 546. I mean, if you get very aggressive, I mean, there's your area of a lot of resistance, but that's, it's $2, that's 250 away approximately. Yeah, somebody posted that earlier, trade swings that moving up from the 5th to the 10th. You are absolutely right. The top is a little crazy again. I mean, it has been horrible looking 15-minute chart with the ups and downs and all that, but it is up 50%. See what it got to? It got right to 94. Isn't that interesting? It got right up to yesterday's high, and that's where it stopped. So you can kind of see, I mean, if it takes out today's high and yesterday's high, which are almost to the penny, 94, 93, 94. All right, I'm just going to stick an alert at 94 and see if it takes that out later on and just starts to make a little bit of a run to that 250 mark. It's not going to get to 250, don't get me wrong, but all right. Well, I don't have to stare at this chart. I can just wait for it to happen if it does, and I'll know about it. This is crazy, guys. I mean, I started talking about this one not that long ago at 260 P triple I. It was right here, in fact, right, that 240 break. This is just going crazy. And it's not a low float, 44 million. Let's check that float. Maybe it 32 million. Okay. So I mean it's certainly not low. Ah, It would be ironic. Three eyes, but nonetheless, it would be ironic. We do have a pie, don't we? Yeah, there is a pie. There is actually a pie. Not doing badly either. And do we have a pie? We do. So we've got pie, we've got pie. Do we have pie double I? I'm sorry, guys, just getting a little silly before this. Yeah, I thought it was Polaris. So we've got pi single I, pi double I, pi triple I, and then we've got pie that you eat. All right, before I forget, let me put up a big spy chart and see on a 1 minute. A moment. All right, now change my time frame to 1 minute and sit back, make some popcorn, and let's see what happens. Be right back. All right, 40 seconds. And remember, the first move is not necessarily the final move. Sorry, guys, I'm just eating a piece of bread here. So, all right, boom. So far, all right. So no surprise, 25 basis points. So no surprise. Oh, look. Well, the only reason this could be is that there is probably a glimmer of hope that there wouldn't be any raise, I guess. I don't know. I'll keep this up for 5 minutes, and then usually that's the final direction. But don't forget, at 2:30 we'll have more fireworks. Looking at that, look at the 15-minute chart down in my right-hand corner, lower right-hand corner, and look at the big topping tail. Look at the smaller bottoming tail, but look at the big topping tail. Okay, so indecision. Yeah, maybe William. I mean, it's possible that's the reason. Well, how many times have we said this? Or I've said it anyway. Your first move is not necessarily the final move. So that was that first move, giant green candle up here. I'm not saying this is the final move though. Usually it takes about 5 minutes. Hey, moment, guys. Just talking to Michael at our. Okay, so this looks like. Okay, we've 5 minutes in. Okay, well, that's enough of that. Well, okay, now though, 2:30. 2:30, and we'll get some more of wild gyrations in the spy, I'm pretty sure. Because then look at DD now. Shoot. Actually, DD did not really have any effect, or that market move had really no effect on DD. Now look at Nerds, guys. I know it's Nerd Wallet, but it's more fun to call it Nerds, NRDS. I mean, there is still a little bit of room left in this one, maybe, if you took this one. Whoa, guys, HCDI is not over yet, and it just got halted. But it got halted, but the projected open is not good. Now that's what you call almost a balanced doji. Look at this topping tail. Look at the bottoming tail. Almost, no, quite the same. The topping tail is a little taller than the bottoming tail is, but almost where it came from. Look at the body of the 15-minute candle. Very narrow. Look at the SPY now. Gosh. So like what you're saying, Captain, trying to price in maybe a reduction in September. Well, considering their earnings were supposed to be tomorrow or on Friday, and all this hit yesterday, they probably maybe they wanted an extra week to regroup and figure out what they were going to say. I don't know. That's with the IEP. Well, he's certainly not going to take all that lying down. Obviously, I mean that's just an immense hit to his company in terms of market cap. All right, so this HCDI just opened and shoot, it's going to get halted again. Nope, I'm wrong this time. Looks like it's going to get halted right now. Right now. Right now. It's got to be halted. Yeah, there it is. There's your halt for HCDI. But it's not hard because if you have something like time and sales, now you won't see it now, but the bid ask was 935, 936, something like that. It's impossible for a stock like that to have a 1 cent spread. Okay, it's just literally impossible. Well, I guess okay, not impossible, but highly, highly unlikely. And so when I see that, I just know it's going to be halted. Boy, this had legs. I mean, look at the comeback it made, though. And all the way back down to 620, and now we could have a 10 break. TGTX is the stock, your stock of the year, TGTX. I know it's been, yeah, didn't see this at all today. Probably because the relative volume wasn't, I mean, it's 1.8, so most of my filters are around 2 minimum. But yeah, I mean, it's been just a monster. Basically a double since less than a month, April 10th. You know, it's had good relative strength compared to IMGN is this MRSN. MRSN, it did have the pullback. This is a sympathy play with IMGN, but look at this. I mean, it pulled back, but it's basically right at the high still. IMGN is would have to get back up to the 13 level. Actually, it's not as bad as I thought. Not as bad as I thought. So actually, it pulled back, but not. I for some reason I thought I would see it way down here. Now, big O, don't be too hyperbolic. It's only 15. Well, you can see, guys, why it's again highly risky. You just have to know, you have to put a wide stop on these if you're going to take them. Don't take too many shares. And but you can see that these, it's 213 now, but even later, some of these ones that were very low floats that have just been kind of dormant for a bit, they might they might catch fire again. But I think I was surprised. I mean, it got down back down to 622. Now the projected open, yeah, and now it's at that, well, 14. It's all over the place, but still above 935. Yeah, but it's all over the place. Now it's dropped back down to 12. So this is all over the place. People who are in this right now saying, please open, please open, please open. Don't wait. Don't be a 10-minute holder or 15. And let me take advantage of this if I can. Oh my goodness. What a collapse. Look at this. I mean, P triple I drops from 318 back down to 234. Is that right? Wow. I'm surprised it did not get halted. Well, trade swings, we do have a filter that starts from January 1st. And so you can actually see the stocks that have had the biggest percentage run since January 1st. Just looking at your TGTX deal. For fun. Give me a moment, please, guys. Something's going on here. Oh, I see what's happened. Okay. So here you go. Here's your list. Here are your stocks meeting these filter requirements. Just between today volume is 300,000, between $1 and $200. Let me just do this on price. I want to see if there's got a difference. Yeah, so you get some real. How about let's put a $5 minimum on this. Or $10. All right. So for instance, AMAM has since January 1, 416%, Riot 236, etc. Where is TGTX? And it's possible it's not on this list for some reason. Well, I'll try to figure that out. PGTX is not showing up on this list, but anyway, sort of an interesting not scan, but assortment of stocks here. So 412% since January 1, AMAM has moved. And you can see, yeah, I mean, you can see that move, 412%, etc. Okay, guys, here's another one. I'm sure XIN, low float China, halted. Now that 200-day moving average is, I mean, will that stop it? Well, guys, I said nerds had room down to 9, and look at this, NRDS. And again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but I mean, you just look left on a weekly chart, and that was the next low. Looking left for nerds, NRDS. Well, it's very difficult to. So the question in our YouTube room: how can we trade these halted stocks? This is because when stocks resume, those have high volatility, crazy movements. Yeah, movements. Yeah, well, it's almost impossible to trade them. The only way I trade them, I mean, it's obviously if you're in it before the halt and all, then there's a way to. Hopefully, the halt when it comes out of the halt, it's higher than when you got in. But The only way I do it, let's take a look at XIN. I mean, I'll just as an example, okay? Just as an example. The halt is at 439, okay? And again, this is just an example. I'm not saying we do it with this one, but so let's pretend that when it comes out of the halt that it actually dips down below 439, but not way down here. But maybe, it comes out of the halt and it gets down to 424, 425, and then it pops through 439. In those cases, sometimes I'll take the trade. Okay. That's just me though. Others may have a different but there's no way, you're right. I mean, it comes out of the halt and it's up here, and what are you going to do? Chase it? I mean, I don't ever do that. But I will, if it dropped coming out of the halt and then it gets back over the halt price, as long as it didn't drop an insane amount. But if you're, for a new trader, I mean, this is nothing I would do, but we're in a trading room and we see these halts right in front of us. So coin is down to that price. Wow. Last time I saw coin was in the 60s. So hmm, yeah, it was up here. I mean, that's only a few days ago. But what I'd be doing with the XIN, as just as an example, okay, is that knowing that the halt could be set 5 minutes long, and so that would make it at just 227 plus 3 seconds. So it's getting close. So now I'll watch it, and see what happens when it comes out of the halt. Does it drop and then pop back up through there? And this is not a recommendation to do that, okay? It's just this is kind of what I see. That's all. So if it is a 5 minute halt, it'll be in about 15 seconds. Okay, 3 seconds. 2, 1, 0. Did it come out of the halt? Yeah, so you see what happened. It popped up. It did not drop underneath the halt price and then pop up here. So can't do anything. I mean, and I'm not going to chase it. Interesting now. I mean, 484 is the 200-day moving average. So it's just, it's fiddling around with the 200-day right now. But you know what, Luis? Next time there's a halt, check it to see if it does what I said. Comes out of the halt, drops below the halt price, and then now see this is too erratic now, and then it pops through the halt price again. But only take a few shares if you're wanting to do something like that. And that is not a tried and true tested strategy or anything like that. It's just something that I've noticed. Meanwhile, 228. So let me get my SPY chart up again. Now there should right at 230 probably nothing because the presser just starts. Guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. So as the presser starts, let's see what he says. Anything horrible or perception of horrible? Yeah, I think I have. Let me just back this chart up for a second. I think I do have a price alert for IMGN over at 13 or so. I think I do. Yes, I do. So this, this is not low float, but this is news driven, completely news driven. Oops. I get a spy here. Oh man, meanwhile, XIN is just making new highs. I think what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to get rid of this don't repeat. It's I just take a look at this one all the time. I'm going to get rid of the don't repeat. What's that going to do to these? Okay, so I should add some columns here. I'll do that after hours. I'll add some columns here, like the float and things like that. Wow. I mean, this really came out of nowhere, didn't it? This XIN. Meanwhile, the SPY is, yeah, just kind of selling off. I don't know. There's the what's the 200-day moving average for the SPY? Not the 200. It looks like that's the VWAP approximately for the SPY 411. This is up also not on that much volume, 595,000 shares. It's not like it's trading millions. So when the rug gets pulled, oh my goodness, you know what, guys? There are shares available. 320,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. How interesting. Now, you know what? I'm going to get rid of this. I don't care. He can say what he wants. Not that I want to short this right now, but the next high looking left is 6 for XIN. Yeah, the 230 push, whatever we want to call it. So, yeah, I think you're right, Captain. So what you're saying is that on your balance, oh yeah, no kidding. IB better than a lot of banks. Absolutely. So guys, just to give you what you're seeing here, this momentum up, okay? Now it doesn't look like you're like the same, exactly the same as the Momo scan that I'm sharing. And I kind of like the way this is organized. So every time, say XIN would make a new high, you'll see it. You'll see the time and you'll see the price, okay? Every time. You just want there, like right there, okay? You just see it right at the top, or any other stock, of course. Any other stock that meets all the filter requirements and makes a new high, you'll see it right at the top. What you won't see is in the typical scan, where as XIN is making a new high after new high, you won't see it over and over and over again in the list. You'll just see it every time it makes a new high, but just you'll see it just once rather than over and over and over again. I hope that makes sense because I know it confuses when I say just once. Well, what do you mean? The only time, first time it makes a new high? No, no. Every time it makes a new high, you'll see it. You just won't see a list of all the highs. But what I could do then is a little space right there, put momentum down and organize it the same way. I mean, I'd love to short this, William, but I've just chicken. But at some point, this will be, I mean, I can't believe there are shorts available. Actually, why don't I do that? Let me just, wow, look at excuse me, HCDI guys. Did it get halted again? Oh, it got halted again. We just don't see it here. And look at the potential here, 1250. Halted at 935. Potential opening at, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my momentum down. And then so HCDI opened. No, I'm sorry, did not open yet. Okay. So, all right. I want to get this. Okay. And then the columns I want. Okay, now dock with, I'm going to put it in that dock. All right, we're set for tomorrow now. Now I might have to readjust. I know these columns aren't exactly the same, but well, there's the MRSN, guys. There is the MRSN. So it is making a new high now. And how is the other one doing? Hmm. I don't know about a squeeze, but DD is moving. Yes, DD is moving. You know, it's only 2% short, but big deal right now though. 200-day moving average 65.36 right there. Right there for DD. All right, guys. Let's see what 243. So SPY is again doing its thing. Okay, big topping tail, bottoming tail, almost like what happened at 2 o'clock. So nothing really, nothing really elaborate happening. This is now halted on the way. Actually, this could be halted on the way up. XIN, it pulled all the way back down here. So this could be halted on the way up. XIN. Now let's test this out. Let's say it doesn't open at 523. It opens, say, at 5, and then it goes through 523. That might get me involved. I'll put an alert at 526 and see what happens. Yeah, I'm not losing sight of top either, guys. I mean, it's sitting around 77.50. 90 is a key level for it to try to take out. That is the top. All right, guys. Now, what do I think is a swing? Well, I mean, if you love the news, I guess I think I've looked at this a few times. I don't see any really resistance. I mean, you got to go back to 2018. I think you might want to. Well, let's take a look at a monthly chart. Yeah, that's 2018. That's February of 2018. There's a high there of 1331. It got right to it, I think. Wow. Well, that's scary. That's pretty scary. Look at that. 1331 today is the high, and the high there is okay. It's not quite as scary as I thought. 1341. Okay, so but do we really think that something that happened back in like 5 years ago is affecting this today? Don't know. Don't think so. But the other thing, as you know, you've got to worry a little bit about a financing, perhaps. I mean, it is a bio, and so I don't know what their cash situation is like, but I mean, anything that goes the way it's gone, you would think that at some point they want to raise some money because this is a phase three. So that's the only thing, about these bios. Now, sometimes they raise money and it doesn't matter. Investors say, hey, for all the right reasons, but so that's my 2 cents. All right, XIN opened. Yeah, it's a tough trader now. 507, 530 bid ask. So they're making it pretty tough to trade. And that's the XIN. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute here. If you have any questions, fire away, but I'm going to put myself on mute. The room will be open till about 3:20. All right, guys. Wow, look at this market now. Market's putting in a giant red candle. Interesting. Well, this is so be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. So I've got this organized differently. The momentum up, momentum down. You'll only see the stock the first time, or every time it makes a new high, or every time it makes a new low. You will see it be right at the top. You just won't see it over and over and over again. And to be honest, I mean, really, you only care about the ones that are making, the new high or the new low now. So it was really pointless to have a huge list of stocks, in my opinion. Okay, so now what we're seeing is instead of popping, these things are dropping. So KRBP, oh, doesn't look like we're going to get a late day breakthrough of one of these crazy low floaters. Famous last words, of course. I mean, that top, I mean, it's still hanging around that $90 mark. It's still hanging around. Yeah, so I'm hearing Ruth up here, but this is a buyout. Darden restaurants are buying buyout deal. I've been to their steakhouse in the States. I can't remember what cities, but yeah, pretty impressive. Impressive in that it's a chain. My experience with high-end steakhouses is that normally they're one-offs. I don't think there are a lot of people that have shorts available. You probably have Centerpoint, right? MV22. You probably have Centerpoint. Yeah. So I don't think there are many people that have shorts available for top. The only way I would short it, if I had shorts, it would have to go down to about 72, the lows of these candles right there, and then really start to move down from there. Well, I'm looking at the chart here. I see a couple of lows, these two candles, the 1145 and the 1115 candle. I'm seeing a couple of lows right there around 72. So, and no, this can move so quickly. So I think if it took that out, if that didn't hold, then I can see it really dropping. All right, guys, one last look at my homepage, and then I'm going to shut the room down. You, Todd? Okay, guys. So on my homepage, you click on my link, and this is what you're going to see. Obviously, a way in which you can take out a subscription. So you'll be at the top here. We still have a 25% off, first month only, or the entire year. The code is MAYO25. So MAYO, okay, letter O 25 off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, do the get started mandatory. New to trading, Trading 101. This course is for you. I do a daily stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it here. It is free. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. If you want my scans, there they are. I may add this one to the homepage, but some may not want to short. So you if you don't care about shorting, and if you don't care how this is organized, then Momo is fine. And then of course this halts resumes. This has been going crazy this last 2 weeks, and then my 10-day daily breakout and down. So if you want my scans, there they are. If you take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my homepage link. And then when you come here, there's your promo code you can use. And if you save my homepage link, then you can take a look at my scans and the education section anytime. Yeah, that JWAC is a SPAC, and I guess they had a meeting yesterday. JWAC had a meeting yesterday, JWAC. And this is basically, yeah, it could be one of these that goes crazy. It's not because it's a low float, but I read the news. I know they're taking over some kind of is it a China EV? Oh, I'm thinking of another one perhaps. No, I'm thinking this, yeah. Chi-Jet Motor Co. entering into a business combination. But this has been delayed. Yeah, it is China. Okay, so this is China, guys. So anything can happen. I don't know what their status is. They had a meeting. They had a meeting yesterday, I think. A vote of some sort. So on in March, they extended the period to consummate the initial business combination. So it was supposed to have been done probably by about now then. So they extended it. And then I think they had some kind of a meeting yesterday. But we've seen this before. We've seen this sort of action before, and then the announcement is made, and they can just rock it for a while anyway. Well, I bet you when people saw this down here at 3, they said, "Well, that 200-day moving average, that's not going to concern us." But this is H. Okay, guys, there's the SNTG. Did it just make a new high? Ooh, boy, did it ever. I got to get out of here, guys. I don't know what I'm going to do here. I'm going to see if it pulls back at all. The high yesterday was almost was 960. All right, guys. Thanks for all of the help as usual. The main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock in the morning. You guys can come in and chat, and then I'll get on the mic in all the rooms at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening. And just getting my script in, and we'll see you tomorrow. The same for the YouTubers. See you guys tomorrow.